Chapter 1795, Akashic Dream Battlefield. Chapter 1795, Akashic Dream Battlefield. Zenith Palace is searching for the hornless ice dragon to subdue it and make it their guardian beast. Lin Ming thoughtlessly asked, not expecting the young maid to know anything. The young maid nodded and said, yes, but the most important reason is because they wish to have the hornless ice dragon fight in the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Akashic Dream Battlefield? Lin Ming was startled. He never imagined this young maid would know such information. Just what sort of place was this Akashic Dream Battlefield? Could it be the Spiriters' battlefield against the Saints? Lin Ming earnestly wanted to know just what the current situation was between the Saints and the Spiriters. As he was thinking about it, the young maid asked with some envy in her voice, "Sir, if you can survive that terrifying storm, your cultivation should be quite fierce. Could you be a life-destruction martial artist?" The young girl originally wanted to say revolving core, but she thought this young man should be a little better, and thus she asked him if he was at life destruction. In her eyes, if Lin Ming could reach life destruction at such a young age, then that was already extraordinary. In the future there would be high hopes that he could break into the divine sea, divine transformation, or even divine lord realm. To humanity, this was a rare level of talent. As she spoke, she peeked at Lin Ming's expression and discovered that he didn't seem to be denying it at all. To her, this immediately confirmed her speculations. This youth was indeed a fierce young man. Looking at the girl's expression, Lin Ming felt a bit sad. He thought back to how humanity was said to have once been one of the 3 great races of the 33 heavens and was incomparably glorious. Billions of years ago, there appeared many unrivaled heroes like Empyrean Divine Seal. Even in present times, with their inheritances severed and the hopes of reaching true divinity nearly suffocated to death, there were still peerless masters that appeared like Emperor Sokia, Empyrean Primordius, and Empyrean Divine Dream. These characters were all just a single step away from stepping into the realm of true divinity. But now, in the soul world, they had fallen to such depths. This was because humans here lacked confidence in themselves. Once a race lost all belief in their own strength, then there was only a single fate left for them, to be slaves. However, Lin Ming couldn't blame this on the humans of the soul world, because this was an environment created for them that they were born in. Lin Ming lightly sighed. Looking at the young maid before him, he could see that her road of martial arts would be long and rough. He took pity on her and took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring. The pills in this bottle were those used by low-level martial artists. To the current Lin Ming they were of no use, and there was no reason for him to hold on to them. He kept these pills in his ring because he planned to give them to his juniors as a greeting gift during the times he returned to the Sky Spill continent. However, even though these were pills for junior martial artists, with Lin Ming's current level of vision they were still priceless medicines that these low-level martial artists could only obtain through a stroke of fate. "This is for you." Lin Ming passed over the pill bottle. "This is." The young maid took the pill bottle in a daze and blankly opened it. A heartwarming fragrance spread out. Without a doubt, these were all top-quality pills that Lin Ming had given her. "This is too precious." The young maid was at a loss. But at this time, the door opened and 2 young girls walked in. The young maid was shocked. She quickly put away the pill bottle in fear that it would be seen. "Hey, you're awake," the 2 maids casually said as they looked at Lin Ming. These 2 maids were both spiriters and their cultivations were equal to a human Xiantian realm martial artist. Compared to the young human maid, they were considerably stronger. It was obvious they also had a high status amongst the maids. The human maid appeared meek and cautious in front of them. Lin Ming remembered the voices of these 2 spiriters' maids. They had been the ones complaining about being ordered to take care of him. "Since you've awoken, follow us. Miss wishes to see you." "Oh." Lin Ming nodded. Since he had just arrived at the soul world there were many things he didn't understand. How to find Sheng Mai, what the situation was between the Spiriters and the Saints, he was completely in the dark about all of this. Not just that, but he was even wounded at the moment. His best route would be to find a considerably large influence to stay at for a little while and unravel his current conundrums before leaving again. Thus, Lin Ming didn't refuse the summons of this miss at all. After he rose, He spread out his sense like a web. He discovered that he was within an ice spirit ship. When everyone in the ship, including the maids, was counted, there were just several hundred people. It seemed that this was a team that Zenith Palace had temporarily sent out to look for the hornless ice dragon. On the spirit ship, the strongest ones were the old man and the veiled woman. The woman had an elegant temperament and was a beauty. Her skin was fair and her two eyes were icy blue, seeming to be as smooth as crystal jade. And sitting beside her was a 50 to 60-year-old looking white-robed old man. He had a benign appearance and his aura was restrained. At this time, these two people were talking about something. They didn't lay down any sound-insulating enchantments, thus the content of their conversation all fell into Lin Ming's ears. Although Lin Ming was injured, his soul and the intensity of his divine sense hadn't been affected. He could easily spy upon these two people talking without any worries of being discovered. Elder White, it doesn't seem that we can find this hornless ice dragon. Perhaps we were mistaken, or perhaps the hornless ice dragon has already dug through the glacier and escaped. Either way, it will be increasingly difficult for us in the sect wars a month from now. Currently our sect is accumulating battle merit points at a worryingly slow rate. If this continues, our situation will be troublesome. Millimeter, a year ago our Zenith Palace was nearly completely annihilated in the Akashic Dream universe. Besides you and Jade Hall, the other disciples did horribly. On average they all received less than 10 merit points. Even amongst influences of the same rank this is too embarrassing. I fear that if this continues, we won't be assigned many resources from Cardinal Sky World. As Elder White and the veiled woman spoke, Lin Ming had a strange complexion on his face. Zenith Palace was nearly annihilated in the Akashic Dream universe. Then could the people searching for the hornless ice dragon be ghosts or something? Naturally, none of this made sense. But slowly, the more Lin Ming listened, the more guesses he had. These guesses caused his heart to leap into his throat. He anxiously wanted to confirm them. Hey, make sure you don't let your eyes just wander about. The one you're about to see is the direct disciple of our Zenith Palace Master, Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River, someone who possesses a postnatal spiritual ice body. Although Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River currently has the status of a disciple, she is already treated on the same level as an elder. In the future she might even become the next Zenith Palace Master. Do you have any idea just what kind of concept the Zenith Palace Master is? The young maid looked at Lin Ming's listless expression. With his stupid appearance she was afraid he would randomly cause a ruckus with the high-level figures of Zenith Palace, thus she gave him a warning. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered arguing with this kind of maid. His eyebrows arched up and he asked, "Is Zenith Palace a World King influence?" After investigating that Elder White's cultivation just now, he should be a half-step World King. If so, then he could infer from this that the Zenith Palace Master was most likely a World King. Moreover, it was possible that Zenith Palace had more than one World King. On a great world, such an influence was considered not too shabby. That's right. The young maid looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She didn't expect this fellow to know that much. "Miss, I've brought the human here." Another maid notified the veiled woman. This veiled woman's thoughts stirred. She paused the conversation she was having with the old man. "You've already rescued this human, but instead of having him leave, you summoned him here? Are you hoping to learn news of the hornless ice dragon from him?" Elder White shook his head, clearly not thinking Lin Ming would have any valuable information. "Not only that. I just think that this person has a formidable blood vitality and his inner world is also extraordinary. It's a bit strange to me. Perhaps he is some amazing character." As the veiled woman said this, the old man was about to respond but eventually didn't and shook his head instead. By now, Lin Ming had already walked into the room. The room wasn't too large but the decor was extremely unique and wonderful. There were ice crystal objects everywhere and abundant spiritual energy filled the room. The chairs that the veiled woman and Elder White sat on were crafted from ice jade. A faint mist dissipated from them. It was clear they weren't ordinary treasures. As Lin Ming entered the room, the veiled woman bid the maid pour Lin Ming a cup of spirit tea and then waved for him to take a seat. "Sir, may I know your name?" "My name is Lin Muck." Lin Ming casually made up a name. Ah, then it is Sir Lin. Sir Lin, for what reason did you come to the great desolate glacier? And why were you injured? As the veiled woman asked this question, her eyes stared at Lin Ming, as if she wanted to completely understand his cultivation. With Lin Ming's severely wounded state, his cultivation seemed to be between the Divine Sea and Divine Lord realm. Lin Ming said, I will answer all of Miss's questions. But before that, I have some questions of my own that I hope Miss can cast light on. Oh! What questions does Sir Lin have? Lin Ming said, I am someone from the wilds. I've been training with my master since I was a child and just recently left his protection, so I know nothing of the outside world. As I was adventuring through the world, I heard someone mention the Akashic Dream battlefield and that sects of the soul world would be engaging in sect wars within this place. May I ask what this Akashic Dream battlefield is? Lin Ming guessed, and rightfully so, that his question sounded extremely stupid and might even rouse the suspicions of this miss. After all, if this was something that even a young maid knew, then it should be common knowledge. However, he couldn't care about this much. After all, in a mere world king influence like this, there was no need to have too many scruples. With his regenerative abilities, although his current wounds were serious, they wouldn't take too long to recover from. And indeed, that veiled woman looked at Lin Ming with surprise. You haven't heard of the Akashic Dream universe? Lin Ming shook his head. Your master actually never told you about this. The veiled woman thought this was bizarre. Although Lin Ming had said he was someone who lived in the wild mountains and had never left before, still, his master should have taught him such common knowledge. The Akashic Dream universe is a dreamland universe shared by all people of the soul world. There, everyone exists in the form of soul energy. This universe is broad and boundless and covers all 7 heavens that make up the soul world. From any place within the soul world's 7 universes, one can use their own spiritual sea to connect to the Akashic Dream universe. In the Akashic Dream universe, a martial artist's cultivation, strength, laws, everything will be copied over exactly as in reality, and this even includes weapons and pills. If 2 martial artists fight in the Akashic Dream universe, that is no different from them fighting in the outside world. As the veiled woman explained this, Lin Ming's heart shook. In truth, he had already faintly guessed what was happening. This Akashic Dream universe was in truth similar to the Divine Dream world that Empyrean Divine Dream had arranged for use in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. But, the Akashic Dream universe was countless times larger than the Divine Dream world. The number of martial artists that the Akashic Dream universe could hold was trillions and quadrillions times more than the Divine Dream world. The Spiriters actually had such a place. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He was well aware of just how significant it was for an entire race to possess this sort of universe. Chapter 1796, Zenith Palace. Chapter 1796, Zenith Palace. After understanding what the Akashic Dream universe was, there was no need to ask about the Akashic Dream battlefield. Lin Ming had originally thought that the Akashic Dream battlefield was a place where the saints and spiriters fought each other, but now it seemed that it was clearly a specified area within the Akashic Dream universe where sects fought against other sects in massive wars. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, one could freely slaughter at will. Like the Divine Dream world, even if a martial artist were killed on the Akashic Dream battlefield, they wouldn't die in reality. At most they would suffer some damage to their soul force that might take days or weeks to recover from. However, the significance behind all of this was beyond the ordinary. To a martial artist, the fastest method of growth was to fight endlessly. In an intense battle, their cultivation would be tempered and their foundation would become more solid than before. And to a sect, holding a war that involved nearly all of its disciples would have the disciples of their sect be even more united with each other, as well as enhancing their collective combat strength and teamwork abilities. It was impossible for such a chance to train the members of an entire sect to appear within the Divine Realm. Once a sect war broke out in the Divine Realm, that was a true life or death slaughterfest where oftentimes entire lineages were exterminated. As for depending on the Divine Dream world, that wasn't a realistic option. This was because every time Empyrean Divine Dream opened the Divine Dream world, she had to pay a heavy price to do so. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting had the support of a nearly infinite audience as well as profits from ticket sales and other such item sales. And other than that, Empyrean Divine Dream herself was ridiculously rich. Even so, it was impossible for her to frequently open the Divine Dream world. But with the support of the Akashic Dream universe, the various great influences of the Spiriters could often engage in mass war exercises. Their combined combat strength could be imagined. And from what the Veiled Woman had said before when she was speaking to Elder White, it seemed that this Akashic Dream battlefield also had some sort of battle merit point system. The more merit points one accumulated, the richer the rewards they could obtain. Even a sect's resources were dependent on the distribution of merit points. Because of this, the disciples of the sects were even more enthused to go to the Akashic Dream universe. No wonder the Spiriters were so aggressive and imperious and had managed to gradually become a peak race over the billions of years. The Akashic Dream universe must have played a large role in this. Lin Ming felt that as humanity slowly declined, it wouldn't be strange for them to eventually lose to the Spiriters. How was the Akashic Dream universe formed? Lin Ming asked again. It was impossible for such a mystical universe to have been formed by a Spiritus Empyrean or true divinity, or even groups of them. They simply didn't possess the required amount of energy to do so. The Veiled Woman said, I fear the Akashic Dream universe has already existed for 10 billion years by now. As for how it was formed, there are several different theories. A common one is that 10 billion years ago, the first ancestor of all Spiriters was a being that surpassed the realm of true divinity. He established the Akashic Dream universe and evolved it into a spiritual world with its own set of independent laws, allowing it to be passed down through the generations of his people. The Veiled Woman's words caused Lin Ming's heart to skip a beat. An existence that surpassed a true divinity. Lin Ming would never forget that in the Azura Road's final trial, on the third level at the planet-sized Immortal Palace, he had borne witness to the Azura Road Master fighting against a mysterious opponent. Could the Akashic Dream universe have been founded by this person? Lin Ming felt that the chances of this were considerably high. To form a separate spiritual universe that lasted for at least 10 billion years, for it possess its own heavenly Tao rules and to operate independently without any need for external energy, such skilled methods were truly mind-boggling. Even the Divine Dream world that Empyrean Divine Dream established much later had likely taken inspiration from the Soul World's Akashic Dream universe. Assuming that Empyrean Divine Dream would one day surpass the realm of true divinity, her Divine Dream world had a chance of evolving into a miracle just like the Akashic Dream universe. Miss Jade River, I also have one more question I would like to ask. Lin Ming had already learned the Veiled Woman's name from the maid who brought him here. Please ask. Jade River indifferently said. Since I left the Wild Mountains, I heard that the Saints and Spiriters were engaged in a great war. Is there a truce at the moment? Lin Ming never imagined that this question would have Jade River shaking her head. I don't know the specifics of this. That would be a game between the high-level figures of the Spiriters and Saints. For characters like me, that is something that goes far beyond what we would ever know about. Jade River's words left Lin Ming faintly frowning. The high-level figures of the Saints and Spiriters, if so, then the Saints not widening the flames of war was probably something limited to Empyrean influences and true divinity influences. This also meant that there was no truly irreconcilable difference between the Saints and Spiriters. As a result, it would be even more difficult for the Spiriters to make an alliance with humanity. Even if I cannot persuade Sheng Mai to help form an alliance, since I've come to the Soul World I must see her anyways. And most importantly of all, I have to gain experience here. Only with strength will I be able to play a greater role in the great calamity. At the very least I should be able to survive. A great portion of the reason that Lin Ming came to the universe of the Spiriters was to adventure. In the divine realm it was already almost impossible to find an opponent. I've answered your questions. Now, it's time for you to answer mine. Jade River faintly smiled as she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Jade River's questions mostly involved Lin Ming's inheritance, cultivation methods, master, and so forth. He simply didn't understand why she asked such questions. What is she getting at? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask himself. He used the standard of the ancient Phoenix clan's Phoenix Cry Palace to answer Jade River. He concocted a background where he used the inheritances of the ancient Phoenix clan and where his master was Fairy Feng. Lin Ming answered in accordance to what a life destruction or divine sea martial artist should know of. Not just that, but he naturally downplayed his talent, making his story seem seamless. Then, Jade River asked about the hornless ice dragon. Lin Ming stuck to his original story. He stated that he had never seen the hornless ice dragon and that he had landed in his current predicament because of the terrifying space storm that appeared out of nowhere. Lin Ming's answers left Jade River frowning a little. She originally believed that if Lin Ming was able to survive the space storm, there was likely something special about him. And even after trying to ask some trick questions, she still hadn't been able to dig anything out of him. It appeared that Lin Ming was just an ordinary human youth with talent. She looked at Lin Ming after some time and asked, "Do you have any interest in staying at Zenith Palace?" Lin Ming was surprised. Zenith Palace recruits human disciples? Occasionally. Lin Ming thought for some time. Thinking about the words of the young human maid, it was true that Zenith Palace had some human disciples. This left Lin Ming puzzled. Didn't the core inheritances of Zenith Palace only suit spiriters? What was the reason for bringing in humans? After all, it was impossible for humans to study the inheritances of Zenith Palace. Jade River smiled. "If you join Zenith Palace, then Zenith Palace will provide you with resources. I believe that it will be far better than you cultivating by yourself. I'm positive these resources will tempt you." Hearing Jade River's words, Lin Ming felt even more doubtful. Humans shouldn't be welcomed anywhere in the soul world. As they were considered an inferior race here, it was normal for them to be discriminated against. Humans that were janitors and servants likely made up a great deal of the population. So why would Zenith Palace actually help bring in humans instead? Jade River could see Lin Ming's thoughts. She chuckled. "I know you think this is strange. Good, then let me be honest with you. The Zenith Palace Master has created a dual soul and energy cultivation method. By implanting a virtual dantian into the body of a spiritus martial artist, they can use this virtual dantian to cultivate the essence gathering system. I've also practiced this sort of cultivation method. Now, what we need are some human geniuses so that we can reference the way energy revolves in your dantian to perfect our virtual dantian." Jade River's explanation caused Lin Ming to frown. So this was actually dual soul and energy cultivation. Although humanity's ancient inheritances had been severed by the spiriters, they should have kept the most outstanding of the inheritances. The large spiriters' influences didn't completely destroy these inheritances but rather retained them for future use. If certain heaven-shocking rare geniuses were to appear amongst the spiriters that could dual cultivate soul and energy, then they could use these inheritances to their advantage. Lin Ming himself was the greatest beneficiary of the dual cultivating system. After taking the best inheritances of humanity, the spiriters then caged in the geniuses of humanity to observe their dantians. This was treating them no differently than animals to be experimented upon. After being inspired to create their virtual dantian method, they were then able to cultivate the essence gathering system. This was a well thought out plan. Even so, this sort of situation was something that many human martial artists wished for in their dreams. Jade River had already stated that the resources of Zenith Palace were precious beyond compare. "Okay, then I will join you." Lin Ming agreed. His original idea was to enter a small human sect, recovering from his wounds while looking for a chance to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was the only place where Lin Ming thought he could find Sheng Mai. As long as he caused a great enough commotion in the Akashic Dream battlefield, this would bring the attention of the high-level spiriters figures upon him. Now Zenith Palace was trying to win him over. With this, Lin Ming could skip a step and use his status as a disciple of Zenith Palace to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. This was likely the easiest route. As for observing Lin Ming's dantian, if they wanted to discover anything useful about it, then they could continue dreaming on. Great. Seeing Lin Ming agree, Jade River was in a good mood. The more talented a human disciple was, the more value there was in referencing their dantian. As for the humans of the soul world, their cultivations and strengths were each worse than the last. Amongst the humans with their weak foundations and low levels of talent, wanting to find good seedlings was far too difficult. Although Lin Ming's talent wasn't too extreme, It was still much better than that of the previous human disciples they had found. Then, on the same day, the disciples of Zenith Palace started their journey of returning to base. Lin Ming also calmly trained in his own chamber, rapidly restoring his body. As Lin Ming was quietly cultivating, he noticed that a divine sense had locked onto him and was continuously monitoring him. Soul Lord Realm Martial Artist. Lin Ming could look at the intensity of this divine sense to judge that the person spying on him was no more than a tiny minion, someone no stronger than a human divine lord. Lin Ming lightly laughed, not caring much at all. He was a stranger that had suddenly joined in on this spirit ship. It was normal for someone to monitor him in this situation. Rather, he would feel disturbed if that didn't happen. Then, Lin Ming sent out his divine sense. He observed the changes all around him as if he were avoiding someone trying to take advantage of him. In the end, he was on the spirit ship of an alien race. He couldn't help but remain guarded. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open and he frowned. Just now, the divine sense that Lin Ming had cast out had witnessed an extremely uncomfortable scene. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking through the door. The divine sense monitoring Lin Ming also continued following him. Chapter 1797, Dispute. Chapter 1797, Dispute. Hand it over, otherwise we'll mess you up. A cold girl's voice sounded out. Her words had a bullying tone to them. At this time, in the maidservant's room, 3 beautiful young girls were holding their arms against their waists as they surrounded a small and weak 15 to 16-year-old looking girl. This young girl was pale and her fists were tightly clenched together. She subconsciously guarded her chest, clearly indicating just how much fear she was feeling right now. You lowly slut, delay any further and we'll kill you. Hurry up and hand it over. When we entered the room we saw you panic and hide the pill bottle and we even smelled the medicinal fragrance. Don't try to deny it. These 3 beautiful young girls were all Spiritor's maids. The young human girl they were bullying was the maid that Lin Ming had given a bottle of pills to. To Lin Ming, these pills didn't have any use at all. But to these young maids who were still struggling at the Hutian or Xiantian realm, these medicines were incomparably precious treasures. When these maids had entered Lin Ming's room they had smelled the light medicinal fragrance and were able to discern just how precious these pills were. They were definitely pills that could nourish one's energy and soul. Whether it was for a human or a spiritus, they were highly beneficial. Thus, they began to form thoughts of stealing them. However, they naturally couldn't reveal these thoughts in front of Lin Ming. After all, even though Lin Ming was only a mere human, he seemed to be a martial artist at the life destruction realm or above and they were not his match. But now that these pills had fallen into the hands of this young girl, the situation was different. One couldn't only look at the demeanor that these Spiritor's maids adopted in front of their superiors. Normally, they arrogantly rampaged around. The human maids were instead the ones forced to wash their clothes and do other tasks. Hurry up. Those pills aren't something that a low-class human like you should have. The maid with the highest status amongst the 3, and also the leader of the maids, grabbed onto the young girl's collar and slapped her face repeatedly. Her tone was threatening as she said, "So you want to do this the hard way, right? Be careful or I might rip your face off." The head maid began to pinch the young girl's cheeks and slowly twisted the skin into a circle. Even as the head maid smiled, the young girl's face was already twisted red. The young girl held back her tears. She forcefully opened her eyes, not allowing any tears to fall or showing any pain. She clenched her fists and grit her teeth, saying, "This is something that the young sir gave me, it is not yours. Ha ha. You little slut, you must have formed a crush on that human and thought that he would take you in as his concubine, right? Just who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but an inferior human maid, even if you died no one would care. If you died we would simply toss you off the side of the ship like we would a dead dog. Let alone you, even that sir you speak of is only some human that was found frozen outside. Although he might be considered a master amongst us, in Zenith Palace amongst the elders, protectors, and core disciples, he is just a dog." The maid shoved the young girl over. The young girl wobbled and fell to the floor. Her head hit the wall behind her with a thick thumping sound. The young maid had started cultivating the essence gathering system before training in the 6 stages of body transformation. Because of that, this strike caused her sight to blur. Even so, she grasped her fists and didn't say a single word. In this universe where spiriters ruled, it was common for humans to be discriminated against and bullied. This young girl was clearly aware that strength was everything. Because she was weak, she could only allow herself to be pushed around like this. For a young human girl to be killed by others and have her treasures stolen, that was a commonplace scene. But now, she had managed to seize an opportunity with these medicines that the young sir had gifted to her. This allowed her to see the light of hope for making a breakthrough. How could she give up this chance and resign herself to her fate? Perhaps in her entire life, this would be the only chance for her to crawl onto her feet and walk as a proud human. Ho! What a stubborn bitch. I can take it from you whether you want to or not, but if I do then your fate will be miserable. The head maid sneered as she spoke. And at this time, another young maid said, "There's nothing in her ring." As the maid spoke, she grabbed an extremely low-quality spatial ring from the young girl's finger and crumbled it. From inside fell out a pile of clothes, ordinary weapons, and some medicinal herbs. These were the entirety of the young human girl's possessions. The head maid crushed these inferior medicinal herbs beneath her feet, jeering as she said, "Then she must be hiding them on her body. It's impossible for her to have the time to refine such high-quality pills or to swallow them all in one go. Tear apart her clothes until she's naked. We'll slowly look for what we're searching for." Okay. As the other 2 maids spoke, she rushed forwards and began to pull the young girl's clothes. With a ripping sound, part of her clothes tore apart, revealing her bellyband. Ah! The young girl screamed out loud. But the 2 maids' actions became even more fervent. "I found it." A young maid raised a pill bottle. After opening it, several jade-green, bean-sized pills rolled out. What great pills! Are these blue miracle pills or something else? It seems that almost frozen human's wealth isn't too poor. The maids laughed and looked towards that young girl. Finish her up. Tear off all her clothes and lash her. As the head maid spoke, she felt a sudden chill rush over her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly leapt backwards and turned around in midair. Who? The 3 maids were immediately vigilant. They discovered that a man had appeared behind them. This man's face was dark and was emitting a thick killing intent. "It's you." The maids naturally recognized Lin Ming. However, they weren't afraid of him. In this spirit ship there wasn't anything that Lin Ming could do to them. "Sir." At this time, the young girl cried out as she saw Lin Ming appear. Sadness, injustice, grief, all sorts of feelings rushed up in her chest before they came out as scalding tears in her eyes. Her knees seemed to give out as she tumbled over like a broken kite. Her pills were taken and her clothes were torn. There was nothing in her heart but shame. "You're fine," Lin Ming suddenly said. He didn't know what he was feeling in his heart. He had only crossed paths with this young girl once and didn't even know her name, but right now, because of her bitter and painful experiences, he felt nothing but anger for her. The reason might be because they were both from the human race. From this young girl's bitter experiences, he was able to see the future of the divine realm. This was the sorrow of a race that had their lands fall into enemy hands. "You want to save this little slut? I never imagined you would be interested in such trash. Fine, to show you some face, we won't press this issue anymore." As the head maid spoke, she received the pills. The maids simply didn't fear Lin Ming's threats at all. Even if Lin Ming was strong, he was nothing but a mere human. This was a spiriter's spirit ship. Just what could he do here? "You are courting death." Just as Lin Ming said these words, he took great strides forwards and punched out, smashing the head maid in the face. Pang! With a dull thump, the maid screamed out loud as she hurtled backwards and smashed into a wall, vomiting a great mouthful of blood. You hit me," the head maid said as she spat out blood. Her teeth had been knocked out and her face was filled with disbelief. The other 2 maids were stunned. They never imagined that Lin Ming would be so reckless to attack them on this spirit ship. "As well as you too." Lin Ming unfolded his arms like an eagle opening its wings. The two young maids were unable to put up even the slightest bit of resistance as they were smashed backwards. They screamed out loud and vomited mouthfuls of blood. This was the first time that Lin Ming had struck women who weren't able to fight back at all, and where he also didn't show them mercy. With the premise that he didn't take their lives, he tore apart their meridians. With a low-level martial artist's restorative abilities, it would take at least a month of recuperation before they healed from this. Pa. Lin Ming flicked his finger and the head-maid's spatial ring exploded. He took back the pill bottle he had originally given the young girl. These pills didn't have any value to Lin Ming to begin with. But he would rather feed them to dogs than give them to these three spiriters' maids. Insolence! How dare you! At this time, a man's icy voice resounded in the air. Lin Ming frowned. He knew that someone had been monitoring him the entire time. Now that he wounded someone, the people from Zenith Palace would immediately know of this. He calmly untied his outer robe and draped it over the ragged young human girl. The young girl grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, alarmed. With that shout of insolence, she immediately understood that a high-level spiriters had arrived. It was likely Lin Ming would be sucked into a mess because of her actions. Sir. The young girl's eyes were filled with guilt. In this situation, Lin Ming would definitely suffer a loss. Put on some clothes first. Lin Ming calmly said. Then, he slowly turned around. Behind him, a youth with red eyebrows walked in. This youth was thin and had freezing cold eyes. His temperament seemed as if his entire being was carved by an ice saber and his cultivation was at the late Soul Lord realm. As the red eyebrow youth appeared, the three spiriters' maids perked up as if they saw their savior. They all cried and crawled over to him. Lord Yi, find justice for us. The several maids sobbed, their tears overflowing. That senior apprentice brother Yi looked over the injuries of the three spiriters' maids. Then, his expression became increasingly cold. You ride my ship and yet strike my people. Just who gave you the courage to do this? You want to fight? Lin Ming frostily said, not wanting to drag things on. It was true that he was injured, but a skinny camel was still larger than a horse. To deal with this unimportant figure in front of him wouldn't take any effort at all. It was just that if he were to fight with this senior apprentice brother Yi, there was no way he could continue to stay at Zenith Palace. Currently, Lin Ming still wasn't able to contend with the peak masters of Zenith Palace. His wounds left him unable to fully call upon the energy in his inner world. Ha ha ha. Did I hear correctly? Senior apprentice brother Yi loudly laughed. You actually asked if I want to fight. You aren't my match. You can't even see through my boundary. All I would need is my little finger to crush you to death. Senior apprentice brother Yi coldly sneered, readying himself to attack. But at this time, from not too far away, an old man walked up and whispered something in his ears. Senior apprentice brother Yi's red eyebrows wrinkled. What? This human garbage was chosen by senior apprentice sister Jade River? Yes, Miss believes that his talent is adequate and wants to borrow him to further perfect her virtual dantian. Thus it would be best if you don't injure him, otherwise it will be hard to explain the situation to the miss. As the old man spoke, he looked at Lin Ming and disdainfully said, Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time I will make sure you walk around without any teeth. Chapter 1798, Akashic Dream Battlefield opens. Chapter 1798, Akashic Dream Battlefield opens. The red eyebrow youth called senior apprentice brother Yi walked away. The other three spiriters' maids also stood up in a panic and hurried behind him, silently enduring the pain from having their meridians torn by Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't stop these people from leaving. Originally, he had already expected that the status of humans wasn't too good in the soul world, and the reason the veiled woman from before was so polite to him was because she needed his help and also because of her personality. She was someone who had stood at the top for a long time and had developed a sense of deep superiority in her heart. She didn't need to show disdain or contempt in her words to improve her own status. But those people with slightly lower status were different. In front of their lords and masters they were timid and polite, but in front of others they blustered about. Get up. Lin Ming stretched out a hand and pulled up the young maid. I'm sorry, the young maid quietly murmured as she bit her lips. She felt as if she had needlessly sucked Lin Ming into her problems. "It's no problem. What is your name?" "My name is Wanyue," the young maid whispered. "Millimeter." Lin Ming nodded and returned the pills that were taken from her. Thinking about it a bit more, Lin Ming added on another bottle of pills. Then, without paying attention to the young maid's refusals, he turned and left. He needed to maximize his time to restore his strength. His wounds would need several days before they could fully recover. Until Lin Ming was restored to his peak state, he would find it difficult to remain tranquil. Like this, Lin Ming rested in the spirit ship until they arrived at Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace was located atop a 1,000,000-foot-high snowy mountain. And in the surrounding mountain range, there were areas swathed in array formations. In these areas, spirit springs gushed up and lush grass grew abundantly. All sorts of rare world treasures bloomed, making this land seem like a fairy tale. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ming wasn't impressed at all. He had already seen places that were hundreds of times more beautiful. "This is your residential area," someone said to Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the human residential area of Zenith Palace. There was no array formation here, thus the buildings were wrapped in a world of ice and snow. Of course, to a martial artist this level of cold wasn't much at all. This living area had a richness of spiritual energy that was only a tenth of what the highest peak had. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by such a scene. In this bitter cold, to lay down a spiritual energy-gathering array formation that worked all year round would consume a considerable amount of resources. In this area there were many human martial artists. Most of them came from the surrounding regions of Zenith Palace and they stayed here to cultivate. Sometimes they would be summoned to the peak of Zenith Palace so that the Zenith Palace master could observe their inner world. In this land, the best dwellings had been occupied by others already. Lin Ming casually chose a residence. This was a mansion, and although it was large in size, the furnishings were barren and simple, and the spiritual energy here was barren. Lin Ming didn't care for these details. As soon as he entered, he began meditating. As for that young maid Wanyue, she also lived in this area. She voluntarily chose to stay in Lin Ming's palace and help tend to his daily needs. The days passed in peace. In this snowy area, very few people came, making it seem a bit lonely. Lin Ming was glad for this. In these past days, his wounds had been rapidly recovering. At the same time, he also studied the inheritance left behind by Empyrean Thunder punishment. The current Lin Ming had no lack of top-grade cultivation methods. Empyrean Thunder punishment's inheritance could only be considered a superior transcendent divine might. Its grade wasn't too high. But the key factor was that it was extremely well suited for Lin Ming. Moreover, he also had the support of Empyrean Thunder punishment's ready-made memories and his experience. With this, Empyrean Thunder punishment's inheritance provided a good deal of inspiration to Lin Ming in controlling the power of thunder as well as perceiving the thunder laws. Simultaneously, Empyrean Thunder punishment's memories allowed Lin Ming to further understand what happened in the war 100,000 years ago. The start to end of the war was almost exactly as Lin Ming had speculated. Unfortunately, Empyrean Thunder punishment's memory of events only lasted until he had been struck by Empyrean Primordia's strongest attack and sent piercing through the Sky Spill planet. After that, his soul had been scattered and his origin energy completely exhausted. All that was left over of him was a wisp of a remnant soul. All matters that occurred afterwards, Empyrean Thunder punishment had no idea of. Like this, a month passed. On this day, the meditating Lin Ming suddenly stood up. He wanted to leave the human residential area. "Sir, is there some matter?" Wanyue asked with surprise. "Millimeter." Lin Ming didn't speak further. He flew up and towards the peak of Zenith Palace. He had already understood from Jade River and that Zenith Palace elder that the sect wars within the Akashic Dream battlefield would be occurring in a few days. And in truth, in Zenith Palace, many disciples had converged in the main square before the central palace. These disciples were all outstanding individuals of Zenith Palace. Among them were the elites from the core disciples as well as some people who were considerably older. These older people tended to be at the Holy Lord realm or above and were the backbone of Zenith Palace. There are 3 more days. That is when the war within the Akashic Dream battlefield begins. When you enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, you will need to stay there for a full 3 years. Standing in front of all the disciples of Zenith Palace was a grandiose white-robed old man. This old man was Zenith Palace's Vice Palace Master. During these 3 years you will run into all sorts of enemies. This includes opponents from other sects as well as nightmare beasts. Cut them down to gather merit points. And the more merit points you gather, the more unimaginable the rewards you can exchange them for. Besides the resources handed down by Zenith Palace, the most important factor of all are the heaven-shaking rewards from the Akashic Dream Universe. The rewards of the Akashic Dream Universe are no trifling matter. In the legends, the Akashic Dream Universe was created by the first ancestor of all spiriters, and the lucky chances within are incomprehensibly great. The highest rewards can even move the heart of a true divinity. Of course, this is all far too distant for you. If any of you can open yourself just a small space within the cardinal sky world, then that is more than enough to be proud of. This will allow your future road of martial arts to be free from many troubles. All of you should be aware that today is your good fortune as well as your opportunity. In these past years, amongst the World King influences of Cardinal Sky World, the results of my Zenith Palace haven't been too great. Your results this time are directly correlated to the destiny of the sect. Empyrean Cardinal Sky has already sent out a proclamation that anyone who has outstanding results in the Akashic Dream battlefield will be personally taken in as a disciple by him. All of you should be well aware of what it means to become a disciple of Empyrean Cardinal Sky. Not to mention the other benefits, just being a disciple of Empyrean Cardinal Sky will make you a candidate to be the next Zenith Palace Master. And as long as you can break into the World King realm in the future, that is a highest elder. The white-robed old man passionately spoke out. As the disciples of Zenith Palace heard this, all of them began to bubble with excitement. If one could be received as a disciple by Empyrean Cardinal Sky, they could be the next Zenith Palace Master. In addition, there was also the heaven-shaking rewards of the Akashic Dream Universe and the support of Zenith Palace's resources. This was a golden chance. Just who would miss out on this opportunity? This was all because Zenith Palace had started to decline in these last years. The 2 World King Masters of Zenith Palace were well into their old age. Not only could they not enhance their cultivation boundaries anymore, but instead their vitality began to dissipate further with every passing day. According to this trend, in less than 100,000 years, the 2 sect-stabilizing World Kings of Zenith Palace would drop to the weakest of World Kings in terms of fighting strength. At that time, the grade of influence that Zenith Palace was would surely drop down by 1. And to train another World King powerhouse in these 100,000 years seemed far too unlikely. This was the reason why Zenith Palace spared no expense in raising the younger generation. The accumulated inside background of the sect, their many resources, all of these things were used up without hesitation. Zenith Palace had staked everything in this gamble in the hopes that they would be able to produce an outstanding junior that was able to support them in the future. I ask the Vice Palace Master and all other elders to feel at ease. Within the Akashic Dream battlefield, we shall write our own legends. That's right. For the sect and for ourselves, we'll slaughter our way through the world. The disciples of Zenith Palace all shouted out together, their ardent chants filling the skies. But at this time, there was the sound of splitting air. A blue-clothed youth cut through the vast blue sky at an incredible speed, flying straight towards the meeting square. This youth was Lin Ming. Who is that? The disciples of Zenith Palace were just starting their chant when an uninvited guest broke his way in. The high-level figures of Zenith Palace frowned. Just where had this human come from? Moreover, to be so public with his actions and fly high in the skies was an extremely impolite action. Lin Muck. Jade River was certainly present. She immediately recognized Lin Ming and was stunned for a moment. Where had he come from? Lin Muck, what are you doing? Hurry up and come down. Jade River began to develop a headache. Just what was going on here? Lin Ming fell down. The reason he came here was to borrow one of Zenith Palace's spots to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Since he came here to request help, he naturally couldn't be too reckless in his actions, nor could he start a fight. Chapter 1799, Stealing the Stage. Chapter 1799, Stealing the Stage. Brat, so it's you again. A red eyebrow youth looked up at Lin Ming. This youth was Yi Fan, the young man who had come into conflict with Lin Ming aboard the spirit ship. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually show up out of nowhere during the assembly meeting for the Akashic Dream battlefield. It seemed that he was tired of living. According to the rules of Zenith Palace, if a low-level disciple were to interrupt the speech of the Vice Palace Master during an important occasion, that was a sin of tremendous disrespect. Jade River, Yi Fan, you know him? The white-robed elder looked towards Jade River, frowning. Yes. Jade River braced herself and nodded. She looked at Lin Ming and glumly said, Lin Muck, how come you aren't training in your residential area but instead came to the high peak? Miss Jade River. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. I heard that the Akashic Dream battlefield will be opening soon and would like to be granted a spot to enter. I wonder if the Akashic Dream battlefield has any limits on race for entrance. Lin Ming's words caused the entire audience to die down. He wanted a coveted spot to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Who the hell did he think he was? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? You are nothing but a human and yet you're so arrogant. Only 9,300 people can enter the Akashic Dream battlefield and the list of names was decided well over 3 months ago. Besides 3,000 disciples that were predetermined, the 6,000 some leftover spots were all decided by a grand tournament held between the disciples of Zenith Palace, passing through layers upon layers of competition before they were able to win a spot. Every Zenith Palace disciple that could obtain a spot is an outstanding individual that can dominate martial artists of the same level and look down upon their peers with disdain. And yet you actually spoke of wanting to take a spot from these people. What an idiot. Yi Fan recklessly laughed. Although his words were contemptuous, this was also what the other spiriters martial artists present were thinking. They all thought that Lin Ming was just some brain-addled idiot. Oh. The list of people has already been determined. Lin Ming hadn't expected this. Before, Jade River said that they could enter the Akashic Dream universe from any place in the Spiriters' 7 universes. Now it seemed that only location wasn't limited. But as for wanting to enter the Akashic Dream universe, there were inevitably other restrictions. Not just anyone could casually enter as they pleased. Zenith Palace could only send 9,300 people. Then, smaller influences were likely able to send in even less. Lin Ming's voice lowered. He said, then I would like to know, is there a limit to races that can enter the Akashic Dream universe? Who cares if there isn't? You don't have the qualifications to begin with. Yi Fan sneered. Then, give me your qualifications. Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at Yi Fan. Since the spots are decided through competition within the sect and I am also a disciple of the sect, once I defeat you I should obtain your qualifications, right? You want to die. Hearing Lin Ming's brazen words, Yi Fan was enraged. With a ringing sound, Yi Fang's sword left its sheath. He pointed it straight towards Lin Ming. Since you're in such a hurry to die, let me help. Yi Fan flew into the sky as he spoke. His eyes locked onto Lin Ming's dantian. Because Lin Ming had been injured before, his inner world had been in chaotic tatters. But now, Lin Ming had completely recovered and there was no need for him to conceal his inner world, thus Yi Fan was clearly able to discern Lin Ming's cultivation. What? Early Holy Lord Realm? So you are a Holy Lord Realm human? Yi Fan's words startled all the Zenith Palace disciples present. They all looked towards Lin Ming's dantian and could feel the light aura of a micro-universe from within. In other words, his inner world had developed starry space and even bred planets. Early Holy Lord! Jade River's eyes flashed with astonishment. So the Lin Muck that she had rescued was actually an early Holy Lord Realm martial artist. In the Soul World, human Holy Lord Realm martial artists were extremely rare. Generally speaking, a human had to possess great talent and come across many lucky chances as well as have an extremely high degree of talent to just barely be able to break into the Holy Lord Realm. Moreover, the Holy Lord Realm was the terminus of human cultivation. To take a further step into the World King Realm was impossible. Humph. Who cares if you are a Holy Lord? No wonder you have the guts to rush to the highest peak. Do you think that just because you are a holy lord you are that great? In Zenith Palace, a holy lord isn't anything at all. Moreover, you are nothing but a human holy lord, you don't even enter my eyes. What Yi Fan despised the most was human martial artists. In the soul world, human martial artists were in a miserable state and it was nearly impossible for them to keep up with spiriters martial artists of the same level. In fact, even when facing a spiriters that was a small boundary lower, they still might lose. Moreover, Yi Fan was an extraordinary core disciple of Zenith Palace and his cultivation was at the peak of the late Soul Lord realm. He wasn't too far from the Holy Lord realm. The reason he was able to obtain a spot to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield was not because he competed through the tournament but because he was elected and directly granted an entry token. A talented disciple of a World King Holy Land possessed more than enough skill to jump ranks to fight. Even a Spiritor's Holy Lord might not be his match, much less a human Holy Lord. Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River, this person wants to walk down the road of death. Me killing him is also within reason, so you should look for some other human to perfect your virtual Dantian instead. As Yi Fan spoke, he slashed his sword down at Lin Ming. His sword chopped towards Lin Ming's forehead. Sword light shot out. Yi Fan had also combined a soul attack in this strike, going for a one-hit kill. In this situation, many of his fellow sect disciples were watching. If he couldn't destroy Lin Ming in one strike, then even if he won he wouldn't have any face to greet them. And at this time, Lin Ming also retaliated. Facing someone like Yi Fan, Lin Ming had no need to use any transcendent divine might. Rather, he formed a spear with 2 fingers and cut downwards, sending out a brilliant divine light. In that moment, many Zenith Palace disciples were forced to shut their eyes. That dreadful divine light was a nearly substantialized spear light. Just by looking at it they felt as if it would pierce their skulls, and even their souls shivered. Peng! Blood sprinkled down. Yi Fan cried out in pain and was flung backwards, his sword also sent scattering away. His figure flew back 1,000 feet before slamming into the ground like a meteor. He continued tumbling backwards until he crashed into an ice sculpture, causing it to explode into countless shards. All of this happened in a split second. The entire audience was left in a silent daze. The result of this brief exchange was completely unexpected. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Several disciples quickly ran over to help Yi Fan. Lin Ming had held back. In Zenith Palace's territory he certainly wouldn't take Yi Fan's life, but this strike was more than enough to keep him bedridden for a long period of time. Since Lin Ming had already said he wanted to substitute for Yi Fan to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, severely wounding Yi Fan so that he would have to spend a few months recuperating was the most appropriate decision. What was that? What happened just now? Many Zenith Palace disciples hadn't been able to clearly see just what Lin Ming did. This human instantly struck down Senior Apprentice Brother Yi Fan. Moreover, he didn't even use a weapon, he just used his fingers. The Zenith Palace disciples all looked at each other in shocked dismay. They couldn't believe that a highly ranked core disciple had been defeated in such a manner. Although Yi Fan was only a late Soul Lord martial artist, he could easily jump ranks to right. If one said he was equal to a Holy Lord Realm Spiriters martial artist, no one would refute that. But in front of this human, he had been utterly devastated. The disparity was just far too great. This human martial artist is also a genius, a king amongst his level. Perhaps he might not be much worse than a middle Spiritor's Holy Lord or even late Spiritor's Holy Lord. That's too exaggerated. If so, then isn't it likely he'll break into the World King realm? To the disciples of Zenith Palace, the World King realm was a legend. For the last million years of the sect, they had arduously accumulated a total of 2 World Kings. And in the future, it would be difficult for them to raise another World King to succeed the previous ones. To break into the World King realm, wasn't that easier said than done? No matter what, he is absolutely a master. He might not be any weaker than Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River, perhaps he might barely be able to compare with Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River. Although it was a Holy Lord against a Soul Lord, with a boundary difference dividing them, it was still incredible that he could win so easily. A human was actually able to grow to such a degree. That spear light Lin Ming shot out just now was only aimed at Yi Fan, but even so, the other martial artists who saw it felt as if they themselves had been pierced by the spear light and had been left panic-stricken. And at this time, Yi Fan was also lying in a sludge of ice and bloody water. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were blurry. You. I only want your qualifications, I have no interest in killing you. Lin Ming gloomily said. He no longer looked at Yi Fan but instead turned to the approaching Vice Palace Master. Senior Vice Palace Master, this Yi Fan had said that there was no limit to race in entering the Akashic Dream universe, right? After being questioned by Lin Ming, the white-robed old man's complexion turned ugly. If Lin Ming was a spiritus, then the Vice Palace Master would have been overjoyed if he had defeated Yi Fan with a single move. He would have regarded Lin Ming as the most precious of treasures. But the situation was different. Lin Ming was a human. A human disciple might be part of Zenith Palace in name, but the truth was that none of them existed in the high-level ranks of Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace had always regarded humans as not being a part of their own, and felt a bias towards them as those of an inferior race. Yes, there is no restriction. The Vice Palace Master's voice was low and deep. He looked towards the approaching Jade River. Jade River also felt this entire situation unbelievable. Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed her estimations. As she recalled the location where she first found Lin Ming, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Why had Lin Ming appeared at the same time that the hornless ice dragon had, and why had he been injured? Was all of this a coincidence? Third High Master, the situation is like this. Jade Arriva's lips moved as she quickly explained to the Vice Palace Master about Lin Ming's status using a sound transmission. The white-robed old man carefully listened, his eyebrows shaking. Such an outstanding disciple was actually not a spiritus. This left him feeling a deep melancholy. If Lin Ming had been a spiritus, then he could be raised with their full support and he might even become a world king in the future. The white-robed old man looked at several Zenith Palace masters that were standing nearby. These people were all high-level elders of Zenith Palace. They glanced at each other, wanting to form a consensus of opinion. Finally, the great elder of Zenith Palace spoke up. Allow him to join the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although he is a human, as long as he carries a battlefield token of my Zenith Palace, then he is also a disciple of my Zenith Palace. This time, there will be 9,300 people participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Besides Jade River and a few others, I fear no one else can keep up with this human. Let him enter so he can also help support the ranks. Support the ranks, Aya, even a human is stronger than us. Has Zenith Palace declined so much that we have to rely on a human junior to support us? This is just too pitiful. Zenith Palace elders began to speak amongst themselves. Their words were the same as stating that Lin Ming had the qualifications to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Chapter 1800, Entering the Battlefield. Chapter 1800, Entering the Battlefield. Like this, it was decided that Lin Ming would enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The rest of the Spiritus disciples present felt as if they were living a dream. What happened today was far too strange. A human had rushed into their meeting site and instantly defeated core disciple Yi Fan without using a weapon, thus obtaining the qualifications to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Their Zenith Palace would actually be sending a human into the Akashic Dream battlefield. This was something that hadn't happened for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Muck, what were you doing on the Great Desolate Glacier? Don't try and tell me you only passed by. Jade River felt the situation was strange. Lin Ming was mind-bogglingly strong and had also appeared in the same area as the space storm. She couldn't help but link them together. It's true, I was just passing by. I had just left the mountains not too long before that. Lin Ming had no intentions of revealing anything related to the divine realm. The existence of a space channel that crossed the 33 heavens was far too important a secret. Jade River shook her head. There had been far too many flaws in Lin Ming's words. No matter what the situation is, the reality is that I brought you into Zenith Palace. In the eyes of all present, you suppressed Yi Fan. Let alone slapping his face, you completely tore down any face he had. Since you high-handedly demanded a spot into the Akashic Dream battlefield, I hope that when the time comes you will listen to orders and try your best. After all, this is a war between sects and the strength of an individual is limited. If you can gather enough merit points and contribute a decent amount to Zenith Palace, then that will be greatly beneficial to you," Jade River seriously said. Lin Ming hummed in agreement. Right now he still had to rely on Zenith Palace. Afterwards, the name list for those entering the Akashic Dream battlefield was revised. Yi Fan wasn't kicked out. Rather, Zenith Palace used their connections to abruptly add on another entry spot. Even though Yi Fan had been injured by Lin Ming, he was still a strong soldier of Zenith Palace. His combat strength couldn't be underestimated. After being struck silly by Lin Ming, whenever Yi Fan saw Lin Ming walk around he felt a deep sense of hate, but also fear. The 9,000-plus disciples of Zenith Palace that were participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield were divided into groups. Lin Ming was placed in the first squad of the first group, and the captain of this squad was impressively Jade River. Miss Jade River, before I heard the Vice Palace Master say that those who obtain enough merit points in the Akashic Dream universe can exchange them for heaven-shaking rewards, and some of these rewards could even tempt a true divinity. Would you happen to know what sort of rewards these are? When the Vice Palace Master had been vividly speaking in order to muster excitement, Lin Ming had heard all his words with his sharp hearing senses before he rushed into the meeting site. After hearing all of this, he had become curious as to the details of the matter. Jade River rolled her eyes at Lin Ming. "What are you asking about these things for? These simply aren't things that you nor I can hope to reach for. Certainly, if there was something that would tempt true divinities, then these true divinities would send their disciples to take them. But in the last several billion years there have been many disciples from true divinity-level influences entering the Akashic Dream universe, and yet they haven't been able to take out too much." "Oh, then that means there have been people that have taken rewards out?" Lin Ming asked, sensing the meaning behind Jade River's words. Just because someone can take out such a reward every billion years doesn't mean you can too. Stop dreaming. At this time, a female disciple standing near Jade River suddenly interjected. Her name was Xiao Kai and she was also a core disciple of Zenith Palace. "I was just curious." Lin Ming's eyes twitched. He really wanted to get to the end of this question. Jade River helplessly shrugged. She said, "It is rumored that within the Akashic Dream universe there are many treasures that are deeply buried. Amongst these treasures are top divine objects. For instance, legends state that there are divine soul springs, golden pages, undying divine medicines, and so forth." Lin Ming perked up. "Golden pages? Millimeter, they are parts of an incomplete ancient text. I heard they are something that can even move the hearts of true divinities. There are other things that can tempt true divinities, of course. For instance, undying divine medicines that can lengthen the lifespan of a true divinity-level powerhouse. If a true divinity were to refine these medicines into pills, then they could create pills that surpass a transcendent divine pill, in other words, pills of a true divinity level. These pills contain the perfectly exquisite laws of the Great Tao, and after swallowing them one can perceive the Great Tao laws. For an Empyrean trying to break into the true divinity realm, they are an immeasurable boon." Jade River had only heard some rumors and didn't know the exact details of things. But her words caused Lin Ming's heart to shake. Golden pages, undying divine medicines. Was it possible that these golden pages were from an incomplete version of the Spiritus Holy Scripture? The possibility was high. If the Spiritus Holy Scripture and Akashic Dream universe both originated from the hands of the first ancestor of all Spiritus, then these golden pages were extremely likely to be related to the Spiritus Holy Scripture. And the Spiritus Holy Scripture was of utmost importance to the true divinities of the Spiritus. Besides the golden pages from something that might be the Spiritus Holy Scripture, there are also divine soul springs, undying divine medicines, and other treasures. It seems that everything within this Akashic Dream universe is quite extraordinary. It's worth looking forward to. As Lin Ming was thinking this, his thoughts began to heat up. The reason he was going to the Akashic Dream universe was not just to search for Sheng Mai but also to struggle for lucky chances. There were still 3 days until the Akashic Dream battlefield opened. During this time, Lin Ming didn't do anything at all. Rather, he sat in meditation and adjusted himself to his peak condition. 3 days afterwards, the Akashic Dream battlefield officially opened. All disciples participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield convened at the highest peak. Each person was given a token. Pour your energy into the token and you will be able to sense the existence of the Akashic Dream universe. Afterwards, your spirit will enter while your mortal body will be sealed in a separate space. It is an extremely safe procedure, a white-robed elder loudly proclaimed as he stood atop a high platform. Lin Ming felt much more relieved upon hearing this. To have his spirit enter the Akashic Dream universe and his mortal body sealed away in some separate space was perfect for him. If his mind entered the Akashic Dream universe, he wanted to ensure that no one would be able to harm his mortal body while he wasn't there. Very good. The time has arrived. Everyone, prepare to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Not too far away from the white-robed elder, there was a massive incense burner. This incense burner had a thick coiled incense burning within it, and this incense had now burned to its end. All disciples of Zenith Palace, listen to orders, open the Akashic Dream universe. As the white-robed elder spoke, every disciple of Zenith Palace poured their energy into their token. Lin Ming also did this. 9301 tokens began to emit a dim halo after absorbing the energy. As these halos gathered together, they combined as one, becoming an extremely brilliant and beautiful sight. The entire sky was lit up by the multicolored energies. And at this time, the 9301 tokens projected thin beams of light. These thin blue beams shot into the endless skies, forming a bridge that spanned the heavens and earth, penetrating hundreds of thousands of feet upwards. Kai kai kai. For a time, the skies were pierced through by these 9301 beams of light. The power of space dissipated outwards, forming a massive dark red and purple space gate. This space gate was like an ephemeral dream. The constantly shimmering purple and red surface changed again and again, as if a kaleidoscope of whole new worlds was within it. For a time, all of the disciples of Zenith Palace that carried a token felt an irresistible traction force lift up their bodies and send them flying towards the space gate. Lin Ming felt himself hurtle forwards faster and faster. As he flew, everything seemed to become further and further away. A tremendous tearing power started to work upon his spiritual sea. His mortal body began to separate from his soul. He stared helplessly on as his mortal body grew further and further away until it was sealed in a chaotic space. At the same time, his soul form was sucked into that red and purple space gate. After this, everything turned hazy in his mind. This space gate was extremely mystical and there were countless exquisite laws contained within that Lin Ming couldn't understand at all. But, it was clear that these laws were connected to the soul forging system. Lin Ming couldn't bother with delving deeper into this. All he felt was an agonizing headache as if his soul was being constantly distorted by some great strength. He didn't know how long these feelings continued for. In the next moment, Lin Ming's body shook and he had arrived in an unknown world. This area was bleak and desolate. The ground beneath him was sparse wilderness. The skies were high and far and covered in thick layers of clouds. It was a depressing sight. This is the Akashic Dream universe. Lin Ming closed his eyes, allowing his sense to spread out like a web. All he felt was that there was an ancient and vast aura flooding this land. This sort of feeling caused Lin Ming to think as if this universe was a world left behind from ancient times. Even through billions of years it had maintained its once glorious scenery. And at this time, Zenith Palace disciples began to pop up all around Lin Ming. As they appeared, some of them stumbled to catch their footing. All of them were pale. It was clear they were feeling queasy from traveling through that space gate just now. No matter how powerful one's soul force was, one wouldn't feel comfortable upon entering the Akashic Dream universe. This was because the stronger one's soul force was, the greater the backlash they would receive upon entering the space gate. As the many Zenith Palace disciples appeared, the curtains for the sect wars had officially been lifted. Chapter 1801, Emperor God Wall. Chapter 1801, Emperor God Wall. The resting city is just ahead, so let's go there first. Jade River said. Zenith Palace had sent more than 9,000 disciples to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield, and she wasn't the decision-maker. The decision-makers were the several half-step world kings that had joined in. They were elders of Zenith Palace, and this also included the Vice Palace Master, the white-robed old man who had been hosting the meeting conference. Entering the Akashic Dream universe had no restrictions on age. Rather, it looked at whether or not someone was an outstanding individual and just how much potential they possessed. Generally speaking, if one was doomed to never be able to take another step forwards in their cultivation road, then there was no need for them to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Only those who had hopes of going further down their road of martial arts would come here to struggle for a lucky chance. The city within the Akashic Dream universe was extremely lifelike, and none of it felt like an illusion at all. Touching anything gave a feeling no different than interacting with objects in the real world. The truth was that the spiritual world and real world were never clearly distinguished to begin with. In fact, there were even some spiriters martial artists who theorized that the current 33 heavens was nothing more than a dream of a sleeping creator god. This city was incomparably broad, and a massive number of outstanding elites were also gathered here. Many more martial artists continued to hasten their way to the city. Of these people's cultivation, the lowest amongst them were at the Soul Sea realm, a spiritor's cultivation realm equivalent to the human divine sea realm. As for the highest, they were great world kings, and more than one at that. Lin Ming guessed that there were likely also half-step Empyreans here, and even true Empyrean supreme elders. He just hadn't seen them yet. As they arrived not too far from the city, Lin Ming looked up at the city gates that rose 1,000 feet high. Above these gates were two strange spiriters characters. Lin Ming had previously studied the language of the spiriters. He could see that these characters said, Emperor City. Each character was the size of a large house, and they were drawn in an illustrious manner. The aura they gave off was intimidating. Even Lin Ming couldn't help but feel a faint sense of awe and dread upon seeing these characters. Emperor City was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, each side stretching out nearly 1,000 miles long. As for the rear side of the city, it was backed up against a giant divine mountain. This divine mountain was as smooth as a mirror and was covered with a canopy of runes. As Lin Ming and the others approached within 100 miles of this divine mountain, they felt a tremendous pressure. Ordinary Zenith Palace disciples could not approach. As they tried, they felt all of their blood vitality, spirit essence, and soul force being pulled upon by this pressure, making the energy within them nearly explode outwards from their bodies. Jade River said, "This is the Emperor God Wall. It has already existed for countless years and is the divine object of Emperor City. It is said that it was stained with the blood of peerless god kings, and their aura has yet to dissipate even after billions upon billions of years have passed. And what we see now is only a projection of the Emperor God Wall. The true Emperor God Wall is not here, but every city has a projection of the Emperor God Wall." As Jade River spoke, the disciples of Zenith Palace were shocked. Even Lin Ming was left flabbergasted. It was only a projection, yet it exuded such a terrifying pressure. Then, just what would the true Emperor God Wall be like? Some of the outstanding disciples of Zenith Palace strode within several miles of the God Wall. At this distance, they could see many martial artists tirelessly moving forwards, as well as some others meditating beneath it. They are cultivating, trying to use the pressure of the Emperor God Wall to aid in their breakthrough. A Zenith Palace elder explained. By being beneath the Emperor God Wall, one would have to withstand a terrifying pressure. This pressure could burden one's soul and spirit essence, and even directly work upon the martial artist's body that was sealed away in a separate space to further temper their blood vitality, allowing them to make a breakthrough. It was an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. This cultivation isn't too bad. There are also some characters on the God Wall. A Zenith Palace disciple exclaimed. Lin Ming looked up, able to clearly read the runes written atop the Emperor God Wall. These runes were ancient and mysterious, consisting of the spiriters' language from billions of years ago. Not even Lin Ming could fully understand them. "These carvings are," a Zenith Palace disciple asked. "They are the rules, as well as the divine objects within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Look at the 3rd row, that is the Wild God Creed. In the legends it's said to be a holy text left behind by the first ancestor of the Spiriters. The fourth row lists the weeping god springs. It is said to be a deep spring that can even help cleanse the marrows of a true divinity supreme elder. If one could obtain that god spring's water to use for alchemy, they could make true divinity-level medicines. As for the fifth row, the one speaking was the white-robed Vice Palace Master. His understanding of the Akashic Dream battlefield was more deep than Jadariva's, and as he slowly introduced the various objects, everyone who listened to him was left dumbfounded. Although they clearly knew they couldn't obtain any of these things, just hearing about it was more than enough to cause their blood to boil over with excitement. How do we obtain these things? Lin Ming asked. As for the other disciples of Zenith Palace, although they didn't think they could ever obtain these treasures, they were still curious about how one obtained them. The Vice Palace Master said, some of these divine objects can be exchanged for using an incredible amount of merit points. As for some other things, they require achievements, lucky chances, or various other items to exchange for them. As he spoke, another Zenith Palace disciple said, look, there are also names carved upon the god wall. Hearing this disciple's shout, many people looked down. As he said, there were indeed names of powerhouses left behind on the Emperor God wall. These names were all written in different handwriting styles and they emitted a dreadful aura. One could instantly see that they weren't left behind by ordinary mortals. Those that can leave behind their names are mostly Empyreans as well as a small number of great world kings. They are all proud children of heaven that have existed through the history of the Spiriters. There are some people that weren't Empyreans when they left behind their names, but they would eventually become Empyreans in the future. Rather, it should be said that most of them became extreme Empyreans, and a few of them even managed to step into the realm of true divinity. The Zenith Palace Elder's explanation left everyone bewildered. Even amongst the Spiriters, true divinities were a mythical existence. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to imagine what they were like. Millimeter. Shengmai. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Amongst the many names, he could make out Shengmai's. Shengmai had also carved her name above the god wall. Soul Empress Shengmai, her talent cannot be imagined. Through the vast 33 heavens, no one can surpass her. Jade River thought that Lin Ming had come from the Wild Mountains and didn't know about many matters, thus she briefly introduced Shengmai. Shengmai was absolutely the heroine of the Spiriters, and as Jade River mentioned her name, she felt awe and pride. Not everyone can leave behind their name on the Emperor God wall. These people have all achieved some peerless accomplishments or have accumulated merit points to a terrifying degree. Only then can they leave behind their name on the Emperor God wall. Another Zenith Palace elder explained. At this time, everyone was startled. They watched as a decrepit one-legged old man with scattered hair walked towards the Emperor God wall. Because this person only had one leg, he seemed to hop as he walked. In addition to that, his entire face was marred with horrifying scars, making him seem like a ghost walking around during daytime. Just who is that? What a scary-looking old man. Standing beside Jade River, Xiao Kai couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Stop spouting nonsense, a Zenith Palace elder hurriedly said. However, Xiao Kai's words had already been heard by the one-legged old man. The old man's hearing was extremely sharp. He suddenly turned his head, revealing a grisly and humorless smile. With this, everyone could see that he had a great world king cultivation. All of the disciples from Zenith Palace paled. Hee. The one-legged old man diabolically grinned. As he stared at Xiao Kai shivered and a cold chill ran up her back. She felt as if she were being stared at by some viper. Our junior was being foolish. Senior, please forgive her. Whatever. I am someone that bears deep grudges. The one-legged old man simply didn't place the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master in his eyes. As he turned back and walked forwards, he left behind an endless killing intent. For a time, Xiao Kai's face turned as white as funeral paper. Elder, No one thought that in Emperor City, just a few words could draw a catastrophe upon oneself. The several elders of Zenith Palace all had ugly complexions. That one-legged old freak had a bizarre personality. If one annoyed him, they definitely wouldn't have a happy ending. And at this time, a gloating laugh rang out. "Haha, congratulations everyone from Zenith Palace. You just arrived and yet you've already drawn a winning ticket. Looking at your expressions, it seems you'll all be wiped out sooner or later." These words caused the disciples from Zenith Palace to frown. They turned to see a middle-aged fat man jovially walking towards them, laughing all the while. Behind him was a large group all wearing the same uniform. It was clear that they came from the same influence. "Hey, there's even a human. Has Zenith Palace degenerated so much that they must even send a human to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield?" The fat man openly mocked Zenith Palace as he saw Lin Ming. "Forget about him, let's go." The Vice Palace Master was clearly acquainted with the fat man, but their relationship seemed extremely bad. He didn't want to have any accidents occur. Within the confines of Emperor City, fighting wasn't allowed. Just as the Vice Palace Master was leading the disciples to leave, the skies suddenly darkened. A massive ancient vicious beast emitted a terrifying slaughter energy as it flew over the city gates and fell atop a tall pagoda within the city. This ancient vicious beast was huge, and as it unfolded its wings, its wingspan was nearly 100 miles wide, almost camouflaging the skies. The towering pagoda that it fell upon seemed as small as a toy. A horrifying howl pierced through the heavens, making the ears tingle with numbness. What an amazingly dreadful aura. Just what kind of ancient beast is that? Many Zenith Palace disciples asked, horrified. That is a Leviathan rock. Although it has an impure bloodline, it can almost compare with a god beast. It is even stronger than most half-step Empyreans. A Zenith Palace elder whispered, his breath catching in his throat. "I know this Leviathan rock, it is Empyrean Heavencore's personal mount. This isn't even its complete form. When it fully manifests its body, its wingspan can reach 1,000 miles. As everyone was speaking, the Leviathan rock suddenly opened its gaping jaws. An army of martial artists walked out from within the stomach of the Leviathan rock. In the legends, the Leviathan rock had a separate world contained within its body. It could easily swallow mountains and rivers, much less something as small as hundreds of thousands of disciples. These disciples that marched out from the stomach of the Leviathan rock were all from Heavencore Heavenly Palace. Besides the outstanding young elites of Heavencore Heavenly Palace, there were also the core disciples and the martial artists that made up the backbone of Heavencore Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming was vigilant as he saw this. Amongst these people, there were many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. They were all disciples of Heavencore Heavenly Palace. However, some of these people had already followed Empyrean Heavencore for 100,000 years and were no longer considered juniors. These people possessed a profound cultivation. The reason they came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was in hopes of going further in their cultivation. For instance, a great world king becoming a half-step Empyrean, or a half-step Empyrean becoming a true Empyrean. This is an Empyrean-level influence. Some people sighed in admiration. Just any one of these high-level Heavencore Heavenly Palace disciples could easily sweep away Zenith Palace. Far too many masters had gathered at the Akashic Dream battlefield. It was destined to be an unrivaled war. Chapter 1802, Empyreans Involved. Chapter 1802, Empyreans Involved. More and more martial artists began gathering at Emperor City. Many large sects had several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples arrive. Among these people, Lin Ming saw a great deal of half-step Empyreans. However, he didn't see any true Empyreans. There are so many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. This is my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, and my cultivation is just at the early Soul Lord realm. If I face opponents like these, won't I be instantly evaporated? A young Zenith Palace disciple timidly asked. The Vice Palace Master shook his head, saying, "Our war will occur within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The laws there are special and will suppress everyone's cultivation to the Soul Lord realm. As for those that haven't reached the Soul Lord realm, their cultivations will be forcefully enhanced to that boundary, making everyone's cultivation the same. Even so, a half-step Empyrean powerhouse isn't someone you can deal with, because their comprehension of laws and their skill in cultivation methods have reached an unimaginable degree. Even if you are both at the Soul Lord realm, it will only take an instant to kill you. But that doesn't mean you have no chance of escape. If dozens of you see a half-step Empyrean, you can all scatter in different directions. This will give you a chance of survival. The Vice Palace Master explained. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, so there were such rules. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming had seen many inheritance lands in the past that had similar rules. To lessen the disparity brought about by age, everyone's cultivations would be equalized. In order for the most outstanding individuals to obtain the inheritances, all that would be tested was one's talent and potential. As everyone was speaking, howling winds suddenly rose up. Turbulent black clouds came roiling over from the horizon, blocking out the sun. In this extremely gloomy environment, ghostly howls filled the air. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of fear. As they all looked up into the skies, they seemed to see endless ghosts dancing about amongst the dark clouds. For a time, all the disciples of Zenith Palace were frightened. Even the Vice Palace Master had an extremely ugly complexion. It's Empyrean myriad ghost. That old geezer, he's here to make a mess. Empyrean. Even an Empyrean came to the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Zenith Palace disciples looked at each other, panic etched in their eyes. Even an Empyrean had arrived. Even if their cultivation was suppressed to the Soul Lord realm, an Empyrean-level powerhouse was far too powerful an existence and could instantly wipe out their group. This Akashic Dream battlefield was truly a convergence of masters. Normally there is no desire for Empyreans to come here. After an Empyrean is a true divinity, and only the tiniest minority of Empyreans have been able to take this final step. Coming here for them is just a waste of time, and there isn't anything they can learn through messing around with you juniors. But this Empyrean myriad ghost has an extremely eccentric and strange personality. I wonder just what he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield for. All of you make sure to hide from him and have no contact with him at all. The Vice Palace Master urgently said. It's a waste for an Empyrean to come. Since they are strong, wouldn't it be easier for them to gather merit points and achievements to exchange them for rewards? Lin Ming asked. Some Zenith Palace disciples who had come to the Akashic Dream universe for the first time also perked up their ears. This information was extremely important to them. The Vice Palace Master simply shook his head. Merit points are for the young, they aren't something us old fellows can obtain. This is because after the 3 years are over, the final amount of merit points after being settled is based upon age. For instance, if an Empyrean that has lived for tens of millions of years enters the Akashic Dream battlefield and slaughters their way to 1 billion merit points, their merit points are divided by their age, thus they might have a measly several hundred left remaining. There just isn't anything they can exchange for with this amount. As the Vice Palace Master spoke, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened about the situation. All things considered, the Akashic Dream battlefield was a stage set for the younger generation, and this was also a reasonable premise. If the Akashic Dream battlefield was a land of inheritance, then inheritances naturally had to be passed on to the young. If old fellows like the Vice Palace Master came, they came not for the merit points but for the experience of fighting with martial artists of the same level. After all, in the real world these older martial artists rarely had the opportunity to fight with other martial artists of the same age and boundary. And without fighting, it would be difficult to hone their cultivation. He can't obtain any merit points nor can he find anyone of his level to fight. Is that Empyrean myriad ghost really here to cause a ruckus? The Vice Palace Master mumbled. Some Empyreans had extremely peculiar personalities. For instance, there might be some Empyreans who didn't obtain any advantages from the Akashic Dream battlefield during their youth, thus they also didn't want anyone else to obtain benefits. It was true that an Empyrean couldn't obtain merit points, but they also possessed the ability to ensure that no one else did either. For instance, they could do this by continually slaughtering everyone else. If this were true, then during this venture into the Akashic Dream battlefield, the low-level disciples would truly be having a miserable time. As the Vice Palace Master was lost in thought, at this time a vast slaughter energy as deep as an ocean covered the entirety of Emperor City, enveloping everyone. For a time, A horrifying pressure spread outwards and all the light within the city disappeared. The martial artists were stranded in this thick black chaos, leaving them suffocating. This is the Chaos Force Field, the signature domain of Chaos Demon God, another Empyrean. I understand now. The reason Empyrean Myriad Ghost came to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield this time is so that he can fight with Chaos Demon God. Both of them don't like each other to begin with, but if they fought in the real world, then that would be an earth-sundering battle between two Empyreans. Moreover, if there were any wounds, those would be losses that neither side could afford. So, the two of them must have agreed to meet in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Like this, there won't be any problems with the two of them fighting. The Zenith Palace elders wryly smiled to each other as they realized this. A battle between two Empyreans was bound to affect the little fish. The low-level disciples of Zenith Palace were in for a tragic time. If they were sucked into the battle, they wouldn't even have ashes left over. All of you must be careful after entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. Make sure you avoid those two old monsters at all costs. Aya, what horrible luck this is. The Vice Palace Master sighed with emotion. At this time, Lin Ming had regained his composure. He asked, Senior Vice Palace Master, Junior has a question he would like to ask. Millimeter? What is it? Seeing the one asking another question was Lin Ming, the Vice Palace Master faintly frowned. It seemed all this disciple did was ask questions again and again. Junior would like to know just how many merit points are required to exchange for a golden page. On the Emperor God wall, the rules for obtaining rewards from the Akashic Dream battlefield were listed. However, because these rules were all written in the ancient language of the Spiriters, Lin Ming found them difficult to read. The Vice Palace Master was speechless. This disciple was far too curious. Just why did he want to know all of this? You sure have many worries. What you should be concerning yourself with is thinking about how to survive. The honest method of these sect wars is to kill as many enemies as possible. As for that golden page, that is something that hasn't been exchanged for in the last several hundred millions of years. It requires 1 billion merit points, so don't get your hopes up about obtaining it. The Vice Palace Master impatiently responded. Lin Ming smiled, Thank you Senior for the guidance. All of you rest early and don't bother caring about such meaningless things. At dawn tomorrow we will be entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. At that time, I also hope that you all will be able to fight for a little bit of glory for our Zenith Palace. The last several times that Zenith Palace participated in the Akashic Dream battlefield, their results had been ordinary at best. This left the high-level figures of Zenith Palace feeling anxious. Like this, all disciples of Zenith Palace looked for a place to rest. Although Emperor City was large, there were even more martial artists. Most rooms were already occupied. Spirit ships, cave dwellings, and other such magic tools couldn't be brought in, so many martial artists spent the night sitting in meditation in the air. At the dawn of the next day, the morning was misty and bright. Rays of morning light sprinkled down, reflecting from the Emperor God wall and shining upon all the martial artists present. Everyone was covered in this sunlight. Finally, this sunlight turned into countless motes of light that converged into everyone's tokens. What is this? A young disciple asked with surprise. This is elementary spirit source. In truth, this is what the so-called merit points consist of. By killing your opponent you can plunder their token's elementary spirit source and take it into your own. This is what merit points are. As people were speaking, at this time the entire Emperor City began to tremble. The great earth seemed to be split apart by a titanic divine sword. From the area where the land had split open, purple divine fire gushed out, burning up the skies. A giant space gate slowly appeared above the sundered earth. It was like a purple sun had appeared in the world. The Akashic Dream battlefield has opened. Let's enter. Throughout all of Emperor City, countless disciples launched their movement techniques and flew towards the space gate. This space gate was several hundred miles wide. The martial artists present all appeared like tiny specks in front of this massive space gate. From afar, it was like infinite locusts migrating towards the space gate. Lin Ming also joined in. And at this time, The Vice Palace Master lit a rune. With it, all disciples of Zenith Palace were covered in a halo of light. Covered in this halo of light, Lin Ming passed through the purple space gate. Chapter 1803, Bait. Chapter 1803, Bait. Who? Endless beams of light passed over Lin Ming's sight. After an unknown period of time, his environment brightened. He had arrived in some unknown world. Emperor City had vanished. All around them was bleak and desolate earth. The land was marred with gaping scars as if a terrifying war had occurred here. Mountains and rivers had been sundered in half or leveled off, and massive craters marked the land. There were even dreadfully deep abysses, as if some mighty supernatural being broke open the earth with their weapon. And in the skies, there were numerous listless planets. These planets lacked even a little bit of life and resembled barren stones. This was the Akashic Dream Battlefield. The Akashic Dream Battlefield was but a minuscule portion of the Akashic Dream universe. After entering this land, one needed to stay for a full 3 years. During these 3 years, no one would be able to probe what was happening within the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Only when all the martial artists completed their journey into the Akashic Dream Battlefield 3 years from now would the results be known. The disciples of Zenith Palace were all gathered here. As for the disciples of other influences, they had vanished. They had been transmitted to other locations. This sort of situation clearly occurred because the Vice Palace Master had crumbled a talisman before he entered the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Lin Ming had glanced over this talisman. It was an inscription symbol, and its use was likely to make the disciples of Zenith Palace be transported to a location far away from the others. The Spiriters were a race skilled in inscription symbols. Many Spiriters martial artists even carried inscription symbols on them in battles. Everyone, listen to my orders. We are a whole, do not separate from the group, otherwise you will be eaten up without any bones remaining. This is a war of sect against sect. The strength that an individual can display is limited. Obey all orders. For those that can obtain merit points, my Zenith Palace will never be stingy with rewards. As the Vice Palace Master spoke, everyone began to set off in droves. The Akashic Dream Battlefield had special rules. Here, Lin Ming could already feel his cultivation being suppressed by the laws. His inner world was imprisoned and the true essence he could erupt with was greatly limited. Even the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been restricted. Although he could still open 3 Dao Palaces, he could only gather a 20th of the previous power of stars he was able to. My cultivation has been suppressed to the early Divine Lord realm. Lin Ming thought to himself. Looking around, he could see that everyone was in a similar situation. Only some low-level disciples were an exception. For them, not only did they not weaken but they felt a strange power that wasn't theirs pour into their body, causing their strength to rise. This was a never-before-felt feeling. These conditions are even more advantageous to me. As Lin Ming thought this, he slowly moved away from the crowd. Slowly, he submerged into the darkness, his figure disappearing from the crowd without a trace. No one present had been able to discover this. It was only when the disciples of Zenith Palace reached their destination did someone ask. Millimeter? Lin Muck. Jade River was startled. Lin Ming had disappeared. Lin Ming was a member of her squad. When they first entered the Akashic Dream Battlefield just now she had also seen Lin Ming, but he had disappeared from sight not long after. Jade River's words caused the elders of Zenith Palace to immediately release their divine senses to search for him. After they swept their senses through the crowd, their complexions turned ugly. Zenith Palace had a large troop of over 9,000 people. If they all moved together, it was really too difficult to detect if a single person disappeared. A foreign human indeed isn't reliable. A Zenith Palace elder indignantly said. He took up one of our spots just to run away as soon as he came to the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Could he have betrayed us? Several elders glanced at each other, their complexions ugly. Although Lin Ming was a human, they all had to admit that his strength was excellent. He would have been a great boon to Zenith Palace in the Akashic Dream Battlefield and would have helped them obtain many merit points, but before any fighting had started he had already disappeared. I apologize. Jade River was at a loss for words. She was the one who had introduced Lin Ming to Zenith Palace, and when he had asked to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield later, she had also supported him with her manner. But now that such a situation had occurred, she clearly wasn't able to lift her head. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that he betrayed us. The token he used to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield is provided by our Zenith Palace, so his merit points will also contribute to the total merit point score. Even so, we should be a little more careful. He might have been bribed by some other influence to disclose information about us. As the Vice Palace Master said this, the other elders present appeared depressed. Let's go somewhere else then. If that human reveals our position and we are ambushed here, then the situation will be bad for us. Someone proposed. All right, it seems that's all we can do. At this time, 1,000 miles away from where the Zenith Palace group was, Lin Ming was flying over a vast wilderness. He released his sense, investigating the surrounding area. According to the Vice Palace Master's explanation, Lin Ming was considering how many merit points he needed to obtain. His skeletal age had yet to reach 130 years. In order to exchange for the golden page, one needed 1 billion merit point. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, at the very end of the 3 years when merit points were being calculated, the total would be divided by the martial artist's skeletal age. In other words, Lin Ming needed to obtain almost 130 billion merit points in order to exchange for that golden page. 130 billion. Lin Ming didn't know what sort of concept that number was, but what he was sure of was that this was a truly terrifying number. He would need to endlessly slaughter in order to reach it. Moreover, listening to the Vice Palace Master's words, this Akashic Dream battlefield was not as simple as killing others to obtain merit points. There were also other lucky chances to be found. Whether it was for the golden page or other lucky chances, Lin Ming was doomed to not be able to follow the mass army of Zenith Palace. They would simply be stones that weighed him down, making his every movement inconvenient. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he had already flown for an hour. This Akashic Dream battlefield consisted of an incredibly broad area. Even though he had been flying for such a long time, all he could see was endless wilderness. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he slowed down. He could see that there was a swamp not too far away, and in this swamp there was some strange flower blooming. This flower had no roots, branches, or leaves, but instead had a lush flower the size of a basin. It appeared exceptionally bright. Lin Ming could sense a light divine soul fluctuation originating from it, as if this flower had a soul. And these divine soul fluctuations were subtly influencing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming didn't doubt that this was a medicinal herb that would be greatly beneficial in nourishing one's divine soul. Is this a medicinal herb bred within the Akashic Dream battlefield? This medicinal herb in front of him wasn't too precious. He believed this was only the beginning. He began to slowly approach. But at this time he suddenly came to an abrupt stop. After sweeping his sense over the swamp, Lin Ming revealed a sneer. He carelessly walked towards the red flower and reached out to pick it. But just as his fingers were about to touch the flower, from 100 feet in front of Lin Ming, the muddy ground suddenly burst apart. With a loud roar that shook the earth, a giant black lizard that was hundreds of feet long suddenly leapt out from the swamp. This black lizard had blood-red eyes and its body was covered with scintillating black scales. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow a house, and then a tongue as thick as an adult man shot out like a spear, hurtling towards Lin Ming. It wanted to capture Lin Ming and swallow him whole. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Ming was already prepared. Without even a change in expression, he waved his hand and a red spear appeared in his grasp. This was the Phoenix Blood Spear. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot through the skies, carrying with it a howling power of thunder and fire that pierced into the black lizard's mouth with unstoppable momentum. Puff! Blood shot out. The black lizard was pierced through by the Phoenix Blood Spear, followed right after with a shower of blood. Rah! The black lizard roared in pain and anger. After being pierced by Lin Ming's spear, it shot towards him, wanting to use its massive body to roll over him. Lin Ming simply flicked his finger and the Phoenix Blood Spear reversed as it came hurting back and pierced through the black lizard's back as easily as tofu. At this time, the power of thunder and fire contained within the Phoenix blood spear also detonated, and with a loud explosion the black lizard's back was blown to pieces. The explosive shockwaves were accompanied with endless fragments of flesh and blood. The black lizard's spine and ribs were completely shattered and its massive body was blown in half. Facing this endless rain of blood and flesh, an invisible barrier shimmered around Lin Ming, protecting him from any contamination. After easily killing the black lizard, Lin Ming didn't even pause. He bent down and picked up that deep blood-red flower. After breathing in the rich soul fragrance of the flower, he quietly said, "Come out. I know that lizard was not some wild creature, but your contract beast." Lin Ming indifferently said, a light killing intent in his words. There were powerful nightmare beasts that inhabited the Akashic Dream battlefield, but this black lizard hadn't been one of them. Before landing here, Lin Ming had already felt a group waiting on the sidelines for an ambush. Some people had decided to use this spirit flower as bait to set up a trap to kill anyone who dared approach it. If one was too impatient to pluck the treasure, they were likely to fall for the trap. At that time, with the black lizard attacking from the front, there would also be other martial artists sneak attacking from behind. Unless one was far stronger than those ambushers, they would be sure to suffer a loss here. Unfortunately, Lin Ming had instantly killed the black lizard. This caused the other martial artists lying in ambush to not dare to attack. Lin Ming slowly turned, looking at a grassy area in the swamp. He coldly said, "It seems you want me to invite you out." As he spoke, he immediately attacked. He flicked his fingers and spear lights came shooting out. "No! Ah!" Miserable cries ran out. 8 martial artists came rolling down on the ground. Their bodies had bloody holes pierced through them by the spear lights. They all looked at Lin Ming, panic in their eyes. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had set up a trap here and had laid in wait. But they never imagined their first prey would be powerful to the point of instantly killing their contract beast. Chapter 1804, Reinforcements. Chapter 1804, Reinforcements. The martial artists that rolled out from the tall patch of grass were all covered in blood. They wore similar sect clothing. It was obvious they came from the same influence. Their tactics were to take advantage of the unprepared and to fight with a numbers advantage in order to slowly gather merit points. Although this method wasn't the most efficient, it was far safer. However, in their first attempt they had really managed to kick an iron wall. This was just their own unluckiness. "Young hero, please show mercy and don't kill us." Seeing Lin Ming overflowing with killing intent, the martial artists were terrified. Although their lives wouldn't be in danger if they were killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, the chance to enter this land wasn't easy to obtain. They didn't want to die just as the sect wars began. After being killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, one's body would be stranded in a separate space and forced to live out the remaining 3-year period there. The taste of this punishment wasn't good at all. Lin Ming didn't say a word. The Phoenix blood spear howled and flew back into his hand. Then, he indifferently looked at these martial artists and pointed his spear straight at the forehead of a yellow-clothed man. Lin Ming could feel that this yellow-clothed man was the strongest of the group. He should be the leader. "Young hero, our Imperial Beast sect is a great world king influence that has a history spanning hundreds of millions of years. In the history of our sect, there have even been 2 Empyreans that have appeared. It's just that for the last few tens of millions of years we haven't been able to produce an Empyrean, and thus our influence has been downgraded. Even so, we still have a deep background. Young hero doesn't need to kill us. We have some precious inherited information from our sect if young hero would like to take a look at it." As the yellow-clothed man spoke, his arms trembled as he lifted a jade slip and passed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept his mind over it. There wasn't any problem with this jade slip. Then, he probed it. After sifting through the jade slip, Lin Ming's interest was piqued. This jade slip recorded many regional materials within the Akashic Dream battlefield. There were even places listed where heavenly materials might appear, as well as danger zones where nightmare beasts appeared more often. Although the records within the jade slip were rough, it was good for referencing. As Lin Ming was looking through the jade slip, his thoughts stirred. He realized that while he was probing the jade slip, the furthest disciple of the Imperial Beast sect had quietly reached out his hand and traced his spatial ring, taking out a talisman. As this talisman appeared, it immediately burnt up and completely vanished. You sent a sound transmission talisman to request reinforcements? Lin Ming immediately thought. His eyes flashed with a murderous light. But he maintained his composure, only looking at the 8 martial artists in front of him. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss. Just looking into his gaze made one feel a shiver crawl up their spine. What do you want? The yellow-clothed martial artist asked with a fear-tinged voice. They had indeed sent a sound transmission talisman requesting assistance from the sect. Although he thought his actions were discreet, he still felt weak at heart. He was afraid that Lin Ming would discover what they did and kill them all. With them being severely wounded, it would only take Lin Ming a few breaths of time to kill them all. The disparity was too great. Lin Ming didn't respond. He fiddled with the jade slip in his hands, spreading out his sense to the surrounding 100 miles. His actions had the yellow-clothed martial artist exhaling in relief. This idiot hasn't discovered anything at all. Just you wait. You are already dead. The yellow-clothed martial artist clenched his jaws, but on the surface he maintained a timid and terrified expression. Time slowly passed. Soon, on the distant horizon, over 10 small spots appeared in the skies, illuminated from behind by the sun. These small shadows were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye they became as large as a palm in everyone's sight. They were actually a group of flying dragons. Each flying dragon had a wingspan that spread out over 100 feet wide. Their claws were sharp and their teeth were gruesome. Each one resembled a vicious demon, terrifying to the extreme. And standing on the backs of these flying dragons were many martial artists. These martial artists were all wearing sect clothing similar to the clothing that the martial artists who Lin Ming wounded had. These were clearly reinforcements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the flying dragons landed, they kicked up a giant sandstorm. On the backs of these flying dragons were more than 30 martial artists. The leader amongst them was a middle-aged man as thin as a string. His eyes were cold and gloomy and his momentum was intimidating. He obviously had a high status in the Imperial Beast sect. Ha ha ha. Protector son, you finally made it. As the yellow-clothed martial artist with the gaping wound saw this middle-aged man, he began to recklessly laugh as if he had seen his savior. Not even the wounds marring his body were able to tamp down on his happiness. Protector son really came just on time. The other martial artists struggled to stand up. This included the martial artist that Lin Ming had seen spying on him and who had used the sound-transmitting talisman to send a message. The Imperial Beast sect had come extremely fast. It seemed that they weren't located too far away. It's this little animal. He killed my black lizard and severely wounded us all, even stealing my material jade slip. The yellow-clothed man glared at Lin Ming, his expression full of spite and hate. That's right, this is him. Protector son, don't let him die easily. Make sure he suffers before that. You were so arrogant just then, but now we'll plant poisonous bugs in your body so you can experience what a pain worse than death is. As the reinforcements arrived, the originally heavily wounded martial artists all cried out with joy, their faces beaming with a fiendish delight. This is him. A human youth did this to you all? What a useless bunch. Protector son looked at Lin Ming, disdain written all over his face. Protector son, be careful, this person is extremely fierce. As the yellow-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming remain as poised as before, without any panic on his face, he suddenly felt a bit weak at the knees. 12 breaths of time, Lin Ming suddenly said, from the time that you notified the reinforcements to come here, you used a full 12 breaths of time. That was quite fast of them. These reinforcements must have laid down traps elsewhere to kill the martial artists of the Akashic Dream battlefield, right? As Lin Ming swept his eyes over the crowd, he grasped the Phoenix blood spear and pointed it at the ground, without any haste or dread in his tone. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Protector son looked at Lin Ming with incredulous eyes. He sneered, "You've already stepped on the road to death and yet you're so arrogant about yourself. Since you attacked my Imperial Beast sect, That is already an unforgivable crime. Allow me to take your life. As Protector Sun spoke, he immediately attacked right afterwards. Although he felt contempt at Lin Ming's words, he still remained vigilant throughout. Thus, with this strike, he didn't hold back at all. Protector Sun drew out a heavy sword from his spatial ring. With a chop of the sword, a thin purple fog poured out. Lin Ming didn't need to look to sense that this sword contained a powerful inherent soul attack. He used his foot to lift up the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a sweep of his spear, the power of thunder and fire erupted, like a red and purple wave gushing out together. With a loud explosion, Protector Sun was sent flying backwards. He cried out to the heavens in alarm. Lin Ming's attack power had surpassed his comprehension. His protective spirit essence had been nothing but snow that rapidly shrank in the sunlight. His face turned paper white. He wanted to take out an inscription symbol from his spatial ring, but the turbulent waves of thunder and fire had completely burnt through his spirit essence and had broken into his body, causing his organs and meridians to be damaged. Pang! Another explosive sound rang through the air. Half of Protector Sun's body had been baked black. A pile of broken bones and chunks of meat went flying everywhere. Blood splashed all over the audience. Right now, Protector Sun's breathing weakened with every second. He wouldn't live for much longer. Protector Sun. The Imperial Beast sect disciples were startled. They weren't even able to react to this sudden change. How could this happen? In the eyes of the Imperial Beast sect disciples, Protector Sun was an incomparably powerful existence. Not only was he an outstanding individual, but his cultivation was profoundly deep. After entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, a martial artist's cultivation was suppressed. But their comprehension of laws didn't change, and they were something that ordinary martial artists couldn't deal with. Yet, Protector Sun had been instantly killed by someone. I was originally hoping you would all call some more people for me to earn some merit points, but in the end you only called 30 or so. How disappointing. Lin Ming's words were like the whispers of a demon. As the yellow-clothed martial artist heard them, he felt all his hairs standing on end. So this human had already realized they had sent a secret message, and the reason he intentionally waited here was to kill people and take their merit points. Everyone run! Scatter and run! The yellow-clothed martial artist screamed, as if he had just been awakened from a dream. But at this time, Lin Ming finally moved. His speed reached an incredible velocity. The long spear in his hands was like the sickle of a death god. With every movement of his spear, someone's head would fall down. These people were all inferior to Protector Sun, so just where would they find the strength to revolt against Lin Ming? Almost as soon as they met face to face, Protector Sun had suffered a most miserable death. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the floor and many Imperial Beast sect disciples flew away in all directions as they tried to escape. But these people were all pierced through by Lin Ming's spear light. Puff! Puff! A flying corpse fell down from the skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. Demon! Just before dying, the yellow-clothed martial artist spoke out some final words as he choked on his blood. Lin Ming picked up his spear and directly pierced through the yellow-clothed martial artist's heart. In just 10 breaths of time, he had solved the battlefield problem. Lin Ming appreciatively held the jade slip in his hands. This jade slip that the yellow-clothed martial artist handed him could be called an unexpected harvest. Chapter 1805, Weeping Blood God Springs. Chapter 1805, Weeping Blood God Springs. After Lin Ming killed the disciples from the Imperial Beast sect, he felt energy dissipate from their corpses and merge into the entry token he carried with him. These energies formed tiny motes of light within the entry token. As Lin Ming probed the entry token with his sense, information reflected back into his mind. He now had a total of 2,100 merit points. Only 2,100 merit points. Compared to the merit points required for a golden page, this isn't even a drop in the bucket. Lin Ming shook his head. These 2,100 merit points would be divided by his total age when the 3-year deadline came. In truth, he had only obtained a dozen some points. And to exchange for the golden page he needed 1 billion merit points. The difference was far too great. The stronger the opponents I kill, the more merit points I'll obtain. Lin Ming could feel that of the nearly 40 Imperial Beast Sect disciples he just killed, the one to give him the most merit points was that Protector Sun. Protector Sun had given him almost 1,000 merit points. As for that yellow-clothed youth, he had given several hundred merit points and the remaining people had only given several dozen merit points. The worst of all, these people had only given him single digits merit points. It was a completely negligible number. In other words, if Lin Ming wanted enough points to exchange for the golden page, then he would need to kill top powerhouses without end. This included the Great World Kings, half-step Empyreans, and even Empyrean powerhouses here. The higher the original cultivation of the person he killed, the more merit points he would receive. I wonder how many merit points I can get from killing an Empyrean? Lin Ming whispered to himself in anticipation. 2 Empyreans had entered this Akashic Dream battlefield, Chaos Demon God and Empyrean Myriad Ghost. If he could slay these 2 fellows, then they would surely give him a considerable number of merit points. I'm quite lucky. During my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, there were also 2 Empyreans that joined in. I really might be able to collect the full billion merit points required. However, this Akashic Dream battlefield is far too large. It won't be easy to find them. Lin Ming thought to himself. If Zenith Palace were to know of his thoughts, it was impossible to tell what their reactions would be. Zenith Palace would be doing everything in their power to avoid these Empyrean powerhouses, but Lin Ming actually wanted to search for them on his own initiative. The Akashic Dream battlefield is only open for 3 years. I can't just aimlessly wander around. If I continue at my current speed, I won't be able to gather 1 billion merit points before the Akashic Dream battlefield ends. I have to look for some place where many powerhouses gather so I can go wild and kill them all. For instance, some place where heavenly materials are born. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he put away the merit point token in his hands and took out the jade slip that the yellow-clothed youth had passed to him. As he swept his mind through the jade slip, information rapidly appeared in his mind. Soul Cave. Undying Ruins. Lin Ming soon selected these 2 places where heavenly materials would appear. He chose them because they were the 2 ruins that were easiest to find. In particular, the Soul Cave was in an almost fixed position. Lin Ming activated his movement technique and shot straight towards the Soul Cave. His speed wasn't too fast and he encountered several ambushes along the way. Those that tried to sneak attack him were all martial artists from small sects. They gathered in groups and had been lying hidden in ambush, wanting to secretly attack martial artists that passed by and take their merit points. Kai Kai Kai. As Lin Ming flew through a mountain valley, several sword lights shot out from the underbrush, forming a web of sword lights that covered him. Lin Ming had already noticed these people long before they noticed him. He flicked his fingers and sent spear lights shooting out. With a cacophony of miserable cries, all of those people who tried to ambush Lin Ming were instantly killed. In a mere moment, he had obtained another 1,000+ merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, after Lin Ming killed a martial artist, he would obtain a fixed number of merit points based on their skills and cultivation, and also a portion of the merit points they had accumulated. Thus, as Lin Ming killed these people who had also slaughtered many others, he obtained more points than usual. Hey friend, your skills aren't too bad. After Lin Ming killed these ambushers, a voice called out to him. Lin Ming turned his head to see a purple-clothed girl flying towards him as she rode a rainbow one. Following close behind her were 7 martial artists in tight-fitting black combat clothes. These black-clothed martial artists stepped through space, their steps vague and their auras deep and powerful. Lin Ming was surprised. He suspected that before these 7 black-clothed martial artists had their cultivation suppressed, they had been at the World King realm. Although it wasn't easy to distinguish a person's cultivation realm because their cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, it was possible to approximate their original cultivations from their auras. 7 World Kings. Lin Ming was startled. The truth was that he didn't place any World King powerhouses in his eyes. But, if this young girl could have a retinue of 7 World Kings following her around in the Akashic Dream battlefield, this meant that she had a considerably high status. Perhaps not even a core disciple of an Empyrean Holy Land would have such a great lineup of guards. Could she come from a true divinity Holy Land? Lin Ming's heart turned cold. The 7 universes of the Spiriters was truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with masters all around. It wouldn't be strange if a core disciple of a true divinity Holy Land were to appear at the Akashic Dream battlefield. If she really is a disciple of a true divinity Holy Land, I might be able to find out something about Shengmai from her. Lin Ming immediately developed the thought of befriending this young purple-clothed girl that had come from nowhere. However, he maintained a vigilant guard. My name is Lin Muck. I wonder who this miss is. Violet Cloud. The purple-clothed girl briefly responded. It was impossible to find out anything valuable from this information. Good brother, do you plan on going to the Soul Cave? The purple-clothed girl looked up and down at Lin Ming, sizing him up. She clearly recognized that Lin Ming was a human. For a human to achieve this level of strength was bewildering. Moreover, she wasn't able to distinguish what Lin Ming's cultivation had been before it was suppressed. This left her even more puzzled. Yes. Lin Ming didn't hide anything. This was the road leading to the Soul Cave and he wasn't too far away right now. How about we go together? Not only are there many masters in the Soul Cave, but there is also a tremendous number of nightmare beasts. If we cooperate, our combat strength will be much higher. Lin Ming originally wanted to get to know this purple-clothed girl and dig out some information about Shengmai from her. He readily agreed, sure. With Lin Ming joining them, the group expanded to 9 people. Princess, why are you having an outsider join us? And he isn't a Spiriters, nor do we know what his character is like. In this trip to the Soul Cave he might not be able to play any role and yet we will have to split a portion of our treasures to him. A black-clothed martial artist asked from behind Violet Cloud. With another person that means we are that much stronger. We will have to face many opponents this time, and this human is quite strong if he was able to instantly kill those martial artists. With your cultivation suppressed, you can't do that, right? He will be greatly helpful to our group. As for treasures, those are things that aren't even in our hands. If we can't obtain any harvests then there will be nothing to divide anyways. It's too early to be worrying about something as trivial as dividing treasures. As the purple-clothed girl spoke, the black-robed World King could only silently nod. In all fairness, this human was indeed strong. After these 7 World Kings had their cultivation suppressed, they had to admit that none of them were Lin Ming's match. This is a human genius. I wonder what influence he comes from. What a strange sight. The wilderness was vast and endless. An infinite swamp stretched to the horizon with tall patches of grass littering the landscape. The occasional roar of nightmare beasts resounded through the skies, making one's heart race. In front of us is the Soul Cave. This is an extremely strange spirit land. In the past, a divine object once appeared within it, the weeping blood god springs. The information of the purple-clothed girl was clearly far more detailed than that of the Imperial Beast sect. Lin Ming perked up. Weeping blood god springs? He had seen this name on the Emperor God wall before. It was said to be an incomparably precious divine substance that could be used to refine true divinity-level pills. It was something that could even tempt true divinities. What is the weeping blood god springs? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Something that could stir the desires of a true divinity was no trifling matter. The purple-clothed girl responded, this soul cave can breed spirit source. In ancient times, because this spirit source was far too dense, it finally gathered together and formed liquid, in other words, a soul springs. As for the weeping blood god springs, it is rumored that in ancient times a peerless god king mixed in his own blood within the soul springs, transforming it into what it is now. But, the weeping blood god springs developed a wisdom of its own and escaped into the earth, completely vanishing from sight. After that, no one was able to find it. The purple-clothed girl shook her head. Lin Ming was startled upon hearing this story. Liquid formed from spirit source? Then, just how rich and pure was this spirit source? In the past, when Lin Ming entered the Azura Road's final trial, he had experienced spirit source himself. This was an extremely important source strength for all soul-forging martial artists. Lin Ming didn't doubt that Empyrean divine dream spirit source was also obtained within the soul world. As for the ancient peerless god king that the purple-clothed girl spoke of, could it have been the one who created the Akashic dream universe, the mysterious first ancestor of the spiriters? Chapter 1806, The Soul Cave. Chapter 1806, The Soul Cave. Although the Soul Cave was called a cave, the truth was that it was a massive canyon. It was situated between two mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet high and filled with a faint purple fog all year round. It was an extremely mystical place. At this time, outside of the Soul Cave, a massive number of martial artists had gathered. These people came from influences all over the soul world. Lin Ming glanced over them and didn't see anyone from Zenith Palace. This was just because Zenith Palace was far too weak and didn't have the qualifications to enter the Soul Cave. To try and venture into the Soul Cave with their level of strength was no different from seeking death. Violet Sun Divine Kingdom, I knew that the Violet Cloud Princess wouldn't miss such a momentous event. In the crowd of people, a strange-looking creature spoke up. This life form was twice the height of the average person and had golden-purple scales covering his body. There was also a pair of curved horns jutting out from his head. Lin Ming was startled. Just what sort of race was this? From looks alone, this being seemed to be from the monster race, but Lin Ming could feel that this golden-purple being was from a race different from the Divine Realm's monster race. Rather than monster essence, this creature emitted a dense soul energy. This person is? Lin Ming asked with a sound transmission. He comes from the spirit race and he is the spirit race's purple chestnut king. Violet Cloud briefly explained. Spirit race? Lin Ming repeated. This was the first time he had heard of such a race. They are descendants of an ancient race. You've never heard of them before? The Violet Cloud Princess looked at Lin Ming with puzzled eyes, not caring about it too much. Every universe of the 33 heavens was occupied by different mixes of races. Besides humans, saints, and spiriters, there were also many other minor races that often only occupied a part of a universe. It wasn't strange if one didn't know about one race or another. The current spirit race was one such example. Even though the spirit race didn't have many members remaining, they were still a very powerful race that had produced many peak Empyreans in the last billion years. Even now they were being supported by a peak Empyrean. A peak Empyrean was an existence just beneath a true divinity. No one in any universe could underestimate them. The purple chestnut king glanced at Lin Ming once and then ignored him. Instead, he called out to his many followers. These followers consisted of powerhouses from other races, but right now they all obeyed the orders of the purple chestnut king. The members of the spirit race had a talent that surpassed that of the humans, saints, and spiriters. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were favored by the heavens, and this purple chestnut king was a particularly outstanding individual of his race. Behind the purple chestnut king were several powerful influences. Amongst them was a handsome and heroic spiriters youth who led over 1,000 disciples here. These disciples all had a beyond average level of skill, and when combined together was able to form a terrifying strength. They all noticed the arrival of the Violet Cloud Princess. We've just enough people. Open the array. The robed spiriters elite spoke up. Everyone began preparing themselves. The purple fog around the entrance of the Soul Cave was itself a variation of a force field. In order to break this force field, one needed a formidable strength. Right now, everyone present, whether they were a great world king or a young elite, all had their cultivations suppressed to the Divine Lord realm. It was impossible to break through the force field with the strength of a single person. Everyone had to join forces. For a time, the many elites present attacked with their followers. Brilliant beams of light cut through the skies and impacted against the purple fog at the entrance of the Soul Cave. Kai kai kai. The purple fog began melting away. A moment later, a giant hole was torn in it. Let's go. Many elites began rushing in, their followers right behind them. This Soul Cave was extremely broad and could easily fit several thousands of people walking in side by side. Roar. As soon as people began entering the Soul Cave, ghostly green eyes began appearing in the darkness. These were the shimmering eyes of the wild beasts that lived here. It's soul beasts, some martial artist said. Soul beasts were also called nightmare beasts, and were the energy life-form monsters that existed in the Akashic Dream universe. These monsters were divided into the weak and the strong. Those that were stronger even had the strength of a world king. For these martial artists who had their cultivation suppressed to the divine lord level, it was impossible to face these creatures. The howls of wolves filled the air, and Lin Ming got a good sight of these monsters. The leader was a grey wolf the size of a giant cow. These were called dream-devouring wolves. Without the need for orders, many of the martial artists directly lashed out. For a time, countless brilliant lights filled the air. Lin Ming was also one of those attacking. He thrust out spear lights with his fingers, piercing through the heads of several grey wolves and instantly killing them. And as he killed these dream-devouring wolves, Lin Ming noticed that the number of merit points in his token was gradually increasing. Killing these soul beasts also gave merit points. Without a doubt, the stronger a soul beast was, the more merit points they would give. The groups of people continued forwards, leaving corpses in their wake. Some martial artists flushed red, the light in their eyes becoming increasingly bright. It was obvious they could also feel the number of merit points in their tokens increasing, and this clearly had an intense stimulating effect on them. All of a sudden, Lin Ming noticed a strange aura rushing towards him from up front. Looking up ahead, he could see that at the very front of the group, the Purple Chestnut King and the robed Spiriters elite had both paused where they were. In the increasingly narrow cave, a massive carved copper gate had appeared. This copper gate seemed to be wet, and exuded a mystical aura that seemed to exist all year round. Carved upon this copper gate were the heads of two fierce ghosts, each with demonic features and vile green fangs. Strange ghostly sounds passed out from the copper gate, as if 10,000 fierce ghosts were wildly screaming and crying from within. No one knew why, but they all felt their hearts speed up. Even Lin Ming noticed a strange atmosphere falling over everyone. He noticed that upon arriving here, everyone's eyes became far more focused and cautious. This is the gate of ghosts and gods. It is an extremely bizarre place within the Soul Cave, and the inside is filled with perils. Violet Cloud's sound transmission suddenly popped up in Lin Ming's mind. "Thank you," Lin Ming replied. Out of everyone here, only Lin Ming had an almost non-existent understanding of the Soul Cave. The gate of ghosts and gods has come. After entering, there is a danger that your soul will be torn apart and your main body's spiritual sea might even be injured. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and screw off, the Purple Chestnut King said from the front. An eerie light shot out from his pupils as he traced the contours of the thick copper gate. The death that waited within also meant that one would be removed from the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although this wasn't true death, many of the martial artists present were unwilling to see this happen. Moreover, the Purple Chestnut King even said that there was a chance that one's true spiritual sea would suffer damage upon death. Even so, no one left. Anyone that was able to arrive at this step could be called a hero of their generation. How could they leave so easily? The Purple Chestnut King gave his warning and didn't glance back to see anyone's reaction. Countless runes shimmered in his palm like a galaxy. Slowly, a 10-foot-high blue palm materialized in front of him, emitting a vast aura of laws. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up and he gazed at the Purple Chestnut King's strong and tall back. With Lin Ming's current comprehension of many different laws, he could feel just how mighty the power of laws in front of him was. He made a rapid judgment in his heart. This Purple Chestnut King should have an amazing level of talent to begin with, and his comprehension of laws even surpassed that of an ordinary world king. The Purple Chestnut King raised that great blue palm. Then, like a meteor striking the earth, he repeatedly smashed it onto the ghost heads carved into the copper gate. Pa, pa, pa. Strange sounds rang out. Like something cracked open in the copper gate, the gate began to slowly open. Bang! All of a sudden, a black fog so thick that it was substantialized began gushing out, followed by the roars of maddened and fierce ghosts. Within the black fog were the blurry phantoms of countless dead spirits. These dead spirit phantoms were all cruel and vicious. But among them there were spiriters, saints, humans, and even those from all sorts of different races. Kill! The crowd roared out together. Without any mercy, the groups of martial artists slaughtered their way forwards. These groups of dead spirit phantoms were clearly much stronger than the soul beasts. The heretical god tree swayed within Lin Ming. He reached into himself with his mind and drew out a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire into his palm. A flame lotus suddenly erupted around him, rumbling towards a dead spirit phantom. Beyond Lin Ming's expectations, the dead spirit phantom had thrust out a hand and summoned turbulent fluctuations of soul force. As this soul force collided with the flame lotus, there was a fierce explosion. These dead spirit phantoms are from those who've wandered in here. The dead martial artists here still have their spirit marks, be careful. Beside Lin Ming, the violet cloud princess began to overflow with layers upon layers of mystical purple energy. As the dead spirit phantoms collided with this purple energy, all of them exploded. Lin Ming remained alert. A light layer of dragon scales covered his fist and his blood vitality surged within him. He punched out at an incoming dead spirit phantom, causing it to burst apart. As the dead spirit phantom exploded, the violet cloud princess unconsciously glanced at Lin Ming's dragon scale-covered fist. Just entering the gate of ghosts and gods, over 10 martial artists had perished. However, Lin Ming, the violet cloud princess, and her 7 world king followers were all safe. These 9 people guarded each other, working in tandem to steadily enter deeper and deeper into the soul cave. As the fierce killing within the soul cave became increasingly savage and unbridled, the difference in strength amongst the various groups began to slowly reveal itself. The Purple Chestnut King, Heroic Spiriters Elite, and Lin Ming and the Violet Cloud Princesses group of 9 pushed forwards at the forefront. Following 10,000 feet behind them were other groups of people. As they continued forwards, only then did Lin Ming discover that this soul cave was infinitely deep and profound. It wasn't as simple as a mere cave. In here, there were even underground rivers and underground volcanoes. All sorts of bizarre monsters appeared, challenging them at every step. Along the way, Lin Ming plucked a black and shiny monster spirit flower from a giant fallen skeleton. This was said to be a spirit medicine that could help aspirators break into the Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming carefully put it away. Although he didn't have any use for it now, he could definitely trade it with aspirators in the future for some medicine he could use. The Violet Cloud Princess and the others also found their own harvests. What is that? As they continued walking, Lin Ming suddenly saw the peak of an underground mountain in front of him. There seemed to be some great sun shining high in the air, emitting a dim light. This brilliance was shrouded with layers of dim haze and mist-covered clouds. Then, Lin Ming froze. He could faintly feel the strength of a mountain pressing down on him, pushing so hard that his spiritual sea shook and his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 1807, Spiritual Storm. Chapter 1807, Spiritual Storm. What a powerful soul force. Lin Ming's heart raced. With his own eyes he could see a wild and reckless soul energy violently spinning around, forming a purple storm. Just by approaching this storm, he felt as if his spiritual sea would be shattered by the powerful soul force. Not too far away, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others also stopped where they were, a solemn look on their faces. Their every movement and gesture appeared to be hindered, as if they were mired in some swamp. It was clear that their souls were being suppressed just as much if not more than Lin Ming's. Millimeter? This is. Although Lin Ming's soul force was suppressed, his divine sense remained as sharp and formidable as before. He could feel that at the peak of this mountain, there was a dense rain and dew that contained an intense aura of divinity, making every pore on his body open wide with longing. He wanted to step onto the peak of this mountain and obtain that rain and dew. However, just as he took a step forwards, the spiritual storm that enveloped his spiritual sea began to flare up again, becoming increasingly heavy. Lin Ming flushed red and his breathing turned heavy. We've reached Limitless God Mountain. This is a famous spiritual mountain located in the Akashic Dream battlefield. It is said that there was once an unrivaled powerhouse that stepped atop this mountain and left behind an unsurpassed inheritance. However, this mountain is strange. There is a powerful spiritual storm that wraps around it, and it can even affect your true body's soul source. Once, there was a powerhouse who tried to forcefully make his way up Limitless God Mountain, but his soul source received a grievous wound and he turned into an idiot. If a human were to try and enter, it would be especially perilous. The Violet Cloud Princess glanced at Lin Ming. Although she acknowledged that Lin Ming was strong and his comprehension of laws was outstanding, as a human he simply couldn't compete with the soul force of a spiritus. In terms of resisting the pressure of this spiritual storm, a spiritus had an immeasurable advantage over a human. Thank you for the advice, Princess. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He sank his energy into his dantian and guarded his divine soul to withstand this massive pressure. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic young spiritus emitted a dim purple halo of light. They used the power of their spiritual seas to resist this spiritual storm. As they stepped forwards, excitement began to appear on their faces. It was clear just how eager they were for this soul reign. The Purple Chestnut King was from the spirit race, thus he had a natural superiority when it came to the soul. In this, he even surpassed the spiritus. On this limitless God Mountain, he had a nearly unsurpassable advantage. At this time, Lin Ming took a sudden step backwards. A black vortex rose up in his spiritual sea. Clang! Like a divine weapon leaving its sheath, Lin Ming erupted with a soul force and momentum that soared into the heavens. Like a spear that was able to penetrate through the world, he pierced a hole through the leaden pressure of this spiritual storm. Lin Ming calmly stepped forwards, 1 foot at a time. Hey! Seeing this, the Violet Cloud Princess could tell that some sort of change had occurred within Lin Ming. He was now even able to resist the inexhaustible spiritual storm that was being released from Limitless God Mountain. Wang, wang, wang. From within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a blue spear rose up, roaring like a dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. It howled forwards, carrying with it an overwhelming potential as it smashed into the spiritual storm spinning in the skies. This blue spear carried an incredible spiritual strength and exuded a matchless momentum. It was the large success Blue Soul battle spirit that Lin Ming had formed in the past. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the laws had suppressed Lin Ming's cultivation to the Divine Lord realm, and even his mental strength and soul force had greatly diminished. Even so, his battle spirit remained just as strong. A battle spirit could attack soul force. It was an extremely strange and powerful tool. In the past, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to cut down many powerful foes. His large success Blue Soul battle spirit also carried with it Grand Mist energy. Its quality far surpassed other battle spirits of the same level. Bang! The spiritual storm cracked open. The pressure on Lin Ming's spiritual sea also relaxed. With his Blue Soul battle spirit cutting a path through his spiritual sea, even though his suppressed soul force was weaker than that of the Violet Cloud Princess and the others, Lin Ming was actually not any slower than them. 1 step at a time, the closer he approached Limitless God Mountain, the more intense the spiritual storm he faced was. At the same time, within his spiritual sea, his Blue Soul battle spirit was engaged in a fierce battle with the spiritual force field, slowly supporting Lin Ming's steps forward. In front of Lin Ming, the Purple Chestnut King already had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Even so, he maintained his brave and daring demeanor. The only difference was that a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he furiously struggled with the spiritual force field from Limitless God Mountain. That human is also following. Suddenly, the Purple Chestnut King noticed that just 3 steps behind him, the white-clothed human youth was following him at a leisurely pace. In fact, there wasn't even a drop of sweat marring his face. Although the human was slow, the Purple Chestnut King hadn't been able to leave him behind. The Purple Chestnut King's expression froze as he frowned. How was this possible? A human also arrived at this point. Although the Violet Cloud Princess was a woman, she was still a proud child of heaven. The Purple Chestnut King recognized her qualifications to walk side by side with him. But now, a human also caught up with his pace. In surprise, a gloomy light shined in the Purple Chestnut King's eyes. He was an incredibly, insufferably arrogant person, and was considered a genius of the spirit race. Even so, he was being followed by a mere human, which he felt was simply impossible. A human's advantage lay in their ability to cultivate energy, but they were neophytes when it came to the soul, so why was he able to keep up? From beside Lin Ming, the heroic spiritor's youth also glanced at Lin Ming, an unfriendly light in his eyes. At this point, only a sparse few people were able to make it to this distance. The weaklings of the groups also tried to reach Limitless God Mountain, but just as they stepped foot at the base of the mountain, they screamed out loud as they were crushed and swept away by the spiritual force field. There were also some who feared the spiritual pressure coming from Limitless God Mountain and hesitated in moving forwards. They looked towards the advancing individuals with envy in their eyes, but they still didn't dare to take the risk of going forwards. Some people could see that at the front of the leading group, there was a human youth. How could there even be a human climbing up? That's really. The martial artist didn't know what to say. As Spiritors martial artists, they had lost to a human when it came to soul force. This was like a group of chess masters deciding to play against a checkers master, but the end result was that all those chess masters were defeated by the checkers master. This was an utter shame on their name. None of them had any face left. Don't worry, in the soul world there is no space for a human to enjoy glory. He will likely fail halfway, and even if he can reach the end, he will inevitably consume a great deal of energy. If this human obtains any lucky chances, we can kill him together and steal them away. Someone indignantly huffed. Finally, Lin Ming slowly stepped halfway up the mountain. The scene in front of him had changed. He had stepped into a hazy pool of light rain. This light rain was the dim fog he had seen from the base of the mountain. After being touched by this light sprinkle, Lin Ming felt the rain drill into his body, flooding into his spiritual sea and rapidly restoring his spent soul force. Moreover, it constantly nourished his soul and expanded his spiritual sea. What a rich and potent, spiritual strength. This is rain formed from spirit source. Lin Ming immediately understood just what this light rain was. Only spirit source so rich that it had substantialized to rain could rapidly supplement his soul force like this. Even his battle spirit was vitalized by this spirit source. It grew larger, becoming increasingly fierce and powerful. Lin Ming didn't hurriedly rush to the top. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. He discovered that this light drizzle of rain was formed from a murmuring stream on the side of the God Mountain that constantly splashed up. This stream was magnificent beyond compare. Although it splashed into the skies, it didn't emit any sound at all. Wherever the stream flowed, all the mountain stone around it was stained a crystalline jet black and emitted an extremely strong soul force. Those are peak quality soul crystals. Just a little of that is a priceless treasure. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he saw the soul crystals. Before long, his eyes moved away from the soul crystals. He sat down where he was and began meditating. Like a whale sucking in water, he breathed in deeply, breathing in the wandering spirit source mist around him, allowing it to flood into his body where he absorbed it. As he did this, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others had almost simultaneously chosen the same action. After all, no matter how it was said, this spirit source mist was the most important of treasures. It could nourish and cleanse one's soul force and even enhance one's cultivation. It was far more important than some external treasure. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that the soul force in his spiritual sea had nearly doubled. A great deal of spirit source mist that hadn't yet been fully refined hovered above his spiritual sea, forming something akin to a layer of defense. It cleared his senses, making him feel refreshed. When facing the spiritual force field released by Limitless God Mountain, Lin Ming felt much more assured. Humph. At this time, a cold cough sounded out from in front of Lin Ming. The tall Purple Chestnut King coldly jeered at Lin Ming, a disgusted light clear in his blood-red pupils. This Limitless God Mountain had been formed through the countless years, and a great deal of the spirit source mist had been absorbed by him, Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess, and the Spiritor's youth. If this human wasn't here, then the Purple Chestnut King would have clearly been able to absorb more spirit source mist. At the very least, he was unhappy that he had to divvy up a portion of this lucky chance to a human like Lin Ming. He didn't feel happy about this at all. However, he didn't say anything. He faintly felt that Lin Ming was not a peaceful or kind-hearted individual. There was no point in mindlessly fighting Lin Ming right now. He continued advancing forwards. I never imagined that as a human, you would have such attainments in the aspect of battle spirits. The Violet Cloud Princess's words echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming had revealed all sorts of peculiarities the longer she traveled with him, leaving her marveling with surprise every time. She thought that perhaps this human had some great secrets on him. She really didn't know where he had come from. If there is another lucky chance, let's join together and fight for it. I'm not on good ground with that purple chestnut king. We can be considered enemies. The Violet Cloud Princess tried to pull Lin Ming over to her side. At this time, because of the spiritual storm, her followers weren't able to catch up to them. With an ally by her side, that meant her team would be that much stronger. Lin Ming nodded. Without saying much else, he quickly moved forwards. Chapter 1808 Kirin Fruit. Chapter 1808 Kirin Fruit. The closer one neared to the peak, the more powerful the spiritual storm that was released by Limitless God Mountain. At the end, even Lin Ming felt some formidable strength pressing down in his spiritual sea and trying to force him down the mountain. Luckily, he had swallowed a tremendous amount of spirit source mist just a while ago and was able to support the continued use of soul force, allowing him to slowly climb upwards. Although everyone was trying their best to climb up, they were all within a close distance of each other. As Lin Ming almost reached the peak, he saw a brilliant light splash down at him as if a sun was rising just up ahead. As this light fell onto his body, it warmed him and nourished his spiritual sea. What light is this? Just by touching me it can nourish my soul force. Lin Ming was amazed. He followed the path of the light and saw a rumbling stream of water falling down from the top of the mountain. Beneath this great flow of water was a giant rock. In a crevice within the rock, a fist-sized medicinal herb grew. It was covered with dew and emitted a blinding light. Its entire body was crystal bright and dazzling. That brilliant sunlight had originated from this medicinal herb. Shua shua shua. The eyes of the four people here, Lin Ming's included, completely fell atop that spirit fruit. They could see shadows wriggling atop the fruit, as if there was a small life being bred within. That is a Kirin. Lin Ming stared at the shadow in the fruit. Because the light was far too bright, he could see through the walls of the fruit and make out the fine scales and mysterious pattern of laws within. He could feel that there was a Kirin being bred within this fruit. Was this a hatching Kirin fruit? What kind of fruit is this? It's far too mysterious. It actually transformed and is ready to evolve into a living spirit body. The medicinal fragrance is terrifyingly rich. Lin Ming's heart began to shake. Soon, he understood what had happened. The faint traces of spirit source crashing down from the spirit stream had washed over this rock for endless days and nights, slowly accumulating atop it. Without a doubt, this fruit contained a massive amount of the purest spirit source strength. Moreover, it also possessed a uniquely divine substance. It was incomparably precious. One after another, more and more people withstood the spiritual storm blowing down from Limitless God Mountain and approached. As they saw the mystical fruit that was breeding a Kirin within, everyone's breath caught in their throats. A greedy light flashed in their eyes. A short old spiritus man couldn't restrain himself. He raised his hands and rushed towards the Kirin fruit. But as his hands reached out, a pair of golden purple arms came drilling out from the center of the old man's chest. Afterwards, the old man cried out in pain and sorrow and his entire body was torn in half. Blood, muscles, and pieces of intestines were flung to the floor. The one who attacked the old man was the purple chestnut king. His purple-red hair danced recklessly in the air and a severe light shined in his pupils. Spirit race powerhouses almost 10 feet tall stood behind the purple chestnut king. As his hands dripped with blood, his aura became swift and fierce, arousing fear and alarm like a wandering death god. You think you are good enough for this treasure? It seems you don't know what it means to die. The purple chestnut king disdainfully said. The treasure belongs to whoever has the skill to obtain it. Purple chestnut king, do you think you can obtain it alone? Those that were able to arrive here were no ordinary martial artists. After the Purple Chestnut King's ruthless and cruel actions, although everyone remained vigilant, they didn't feel any fear at all. Some considerably strong people almost simultaneously broke through the layers of pressure coming down from Limitless God Mountain and hurtled towards the Kirin fruit. In a moment, everyone further approached Limitless God Mountain. At this time, the spiritual storm spread out, becoming far fiercer. In this stormy sea, everyone was beaten up and whipped by the wild winds, and the world seemed to shake. Someone cried out in misery as their head exploded. They weren't able to withstand the violent spiritual storm and died on the spot. However, those heroes with true foundations were not blocked by Limitless God Mountain's spiritual storm. It seems you all want to die. Seeing so many rush forwards at once, a callous light flashed in the Purple Chestnut King's eyes. He had already seen just how precious this Kirin fruit was. It was absolutely a treasure that would even cause Empyreans to relentlessly battle for it. He wanted to possess this treasure alone and considered anyone who wanted to take it his enemy. On his back, a strange soul force shimmered as millions of runes appeared. These runes grew up and gathered, forming into a pair of light wings that were 10 feet long. Ping, 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 ping. The light wings flapped. The tall and formidable Purple Chestnut King had whipped up a tornado. At the same time, he sped towards those 6 or 7 people that were rushing forwards and punched out at all of them. Brilliant purple light shot into the world. Soul force surged and a series of explosions rang out. Some nearby spirit trees and plants were dislodged in the fierce impact, as if they had been cut down by a sickle. This scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, these spirit trees and flowers hadn't even broken at the top of Limitless God Mountain, but in that brief exchange just now they had been torn down by that horrifying strength. Some people were panic-stricken. The Purple Chestnut King was actually stopping all those who dared to rush forwards and was eliminating them all. In a one-on-one battle, perhaps no one was his match. Violet Cloud had also been blocked by the Purple Chestnut King's punch just now. Her thin eyebrows pressed together as she felt somewhat insulted. After many years of not seeing him, the Purple Chestnut King's strength had risen even further. She sent Lin Ming a sound transmission. "Brother Lin, let's attack together." The Purple Chestnut King is from the spirit race and is a favored pet of the heavens. It is said that he is at the half-step World King realm, and even then he is able to jump ranks to defeat a great World King. In the future he is someone that might become a peak Empyrean. If we join forces we can suppress him together, and after that we can divide the spoils equally. Violet Cloud put forth her conditions. However, Lin Ming shook his head. No need. His figure flashed like gods and ghosts. He fluttered over alone to that Kirin fruit. He had been closely observing the Kirin fruit all this time and didn't rush into action, so the Purple Chestnut King hadn't noticed him. Seeing Lin Ming's movements, the Violet Cloud Princess was dumbfounded. She didn't think that Lin Ming would refuse her reasonable terms and run towards the Kirin fruit alone. Did he think he was stronger than the Purple Chestnut King? Seeing Lin Ming leisurely move forwards, the Purple Chestnut King fiendishly grinned. Killing intent erupted from his body. He had long been wanting to kill this human brat. From his body, monstrous ripples of gold spread out, covering the area for hundreds of feet around him. The golden light began to sweep towards Lin Ming like the waves of the ocean. Every golden ripple contained a terrifying number of shimmering runes. Feeling the terrifying golden ripples rush towards him, Lin Ming didn't show any expression at all. He was able to immediately see that this was the Purple Chestnut King's unique force field. If a weaker martial artist were to enter this force field, then they wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. Even then, he wouldn't be able to display his true combat strength either. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. From his inner world, a loud rumbling sound spread out. In a vast sea of true essence, 3 vast and boundless palaces floated up, slowly appearing as they were lifted by 3 massive stars. Each palace shined with dazzling starlight. As this endless mystic strength was released, mystical lines of the Tao appeared, seeming to resemble a mysterious and unreachable goal. As these 3 palaces floated in Lin Ming's inner world, they completely suppressed the force field that the Purple Chestnut King had released. These 3 palaces were the 3 Dao palaces Lin Ming had opened. Every Dao palace possessed the mark of the great Dao. Although they couldn't be thrown out towards enemies, they were still more than enough to resist the impact left by the force field in his inner world. Lin Ming felt the pressure on him lighten up. The phoenix blood spear shot forwards like a dragon swimming through the ocean, running out from his spatial ring and roaring in the air, causing the surrounding soul force to wildly shiver. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Endless strength erupted from his body and man and spear became one. The energy within his hand was like thousands of suns imploding together. Waves of spear strikes gathered together, forming a radiant column of light that was unstoppable. In an instant, Lin Ming pierced out with his spear tens of thousands of times. Each spear strike contained a near-endless mystic strength, completely crushing the golden ripples to nothing. The endless golden ripples twisted with the sea of spear light and were then completely submerged. What? The purple chestnut king cried out. By the time he discovered something was wrong, it was already too late for him. Su. Infinite howling spear phantoms appeared in front of him, as if they were passing down a summons from the true god of death. From the back, the purple chestnut king felt his scalp tingle with fear. He exploded with a roar and spat out a mouthful of essence energy and blood vitality. The drops of blood condensed in the void, forming a thick wall of blood. He cried out pitifully and was forcibly cast back over 100 feet. Atop his massive body, endless spear lights had produced bloody holes. Even so, the purple chestnut king hadn't died and was only severely wounded. Lin Ming's spear had heavily wounded the purple chestnut king, but it wasn't able to kill him. This left Lin Ming surprised. Although he didn't put his full strength behind his attack, it was still far more than enough. For this purple chestnut king to not die left him surprised. It seemed that the spirit race was far more formidable than he first thought. Lin Ming was only surprised. As for the others still on Limitless God Mountain, all of them were shocked speechless. This is. The Violet Cloud Princess's eyes widened. She never imagined such a scene would occur. She originally had a deep grudge against the Purple Chestnut King and was well aware of what his limits were. She believed that if she and the Purple Chestnut King had the same level of cultivation, she wouldn't be his opponent. This was because this Purple Chestnut King was a descendant of an ancient race that existed 10 billion years and also came with a top bloodline. If there was a race that could exist for 10 billion years and only decline now, then that meant this clan wasn't as simple as he first thought. Right now, the fact that they had existed for this long was a testament to their strength. As for the Purple Chestnut King, he was one of the most outstanding individuals amongst the juniors of the spirit race. Yet such a person had been defeated by Lin Ming's spear and his entire body marred with blood holes. This difference was too great. Moreover, the Violet Cloud Princess suspected that Lin Ming wasn't using his full strength. Goodness, what a strong fellow. The Violet Cloud Princess's normally calm expression was replaced with one of shock and disbelief. At this time, Lin Ming no longer spared the Purple Chestnut King a glance. Without slowing down, he plunged towards the Kirin fruit. He had to obtain this fruit at all cost. Chapter 1809, Cutting Down the Soul Beasts. Chapter 1809, Cutting Down the Soul Beasts. Stop him. The heroic Spiritor's youth cried out loud as he saw Lin Ming soon about to grab the Kirin fruit. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but at this time in the face of a heavenly material that could be refined into a true divinity-level pill, everyone was willing to recklessly risk their lives. After all, even dying to Lin Ming wouldn't matter, because there were no true deaths in this Akashic dream battlefield. As the other martial artists saw this, greed shined in their eyes and they threw themselves at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming was far too fast. He had already cast himself away from everyone else. The moment that Lin Ming was about to reach the Kirin fruit, it howled out loud. The phantom within the Kirin fruit began to rapidly wriggle about. This shocked many of the martial artists present. This Kirin fruit had a mind of its own and could even move. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He could sense intense life fluctuations coming from the space in front of him. 1,000 alarms went off in his mind. His body suddenly changed direction at an unbelievable angle as he hurtled past the space in front of him like a meteor. His body movements forcefully created an air passage as he transferred 30 feet to the side. Roar! In front of Lin Ming, the void split apart and a massive claw came reaching out, emitting strange black fluctuations. As the ripples from this claw touched the lower hems of Lin Ming's robes, his robes instantly turned to ash. What is that? Lin Ming breathlessly whispered as he felt a terrifying death aura wash over him. All he saw was a giant hazy and bony bird appear in the dim space in front of him. This bird forced Lin Ming backwards. Then, its body began to fade away as it hid in distorted rays of light, vanishing from sight. What an intense death aura. This soul beast is too strange, it actually has remarkable talent in hiding itself, Lin Ming murmured, surprised. At this time, several martial artists greedily rushed forwards, even running past Lin Ming. But as they saw the giant bird, they didn't even have time to be dazed. Before they even approached the Kirin fruit, the leading martial artist was struck by a pitch-black wing that zoomed out from the void. Black flames burned his body, instantly reducing him to ash. At the same time, a tall and burly martial artist was nearly about to be cut in half by a black wing. Shocked, he instantly released jade-white soul force around his body that condensed into a rope-like chain. This soul chain wrapped around the bird's wings. Caught off guard, the soul beast's movements were bound. The burly martial artist wanted to use this chance to retreat and save his own life, but the pupils of that soul beast suddenly burst out with a blinding black light. This light smashed into the head of that burly martial artist, burning it away. This is my chance. After living through countless great battles, Lin Ming had a supernatural ability to grasp the flow of battle. This moment was just when the strange soul beast had yet to recover from using its last move. Lin Ming's spear shot forth like a beam of lightning. The large success blue soul battle spirit howled through the air, turning into a shining beam of light that thrust through the chest of that soul beast and shot out from its back. The soul beast cried out in pain before exploding into pieces. Millimeter. This is so many merit points. Lin Ming discovered that his merit points token suddenly became boiling hot. In just a moment, his merit points had risen by several million. This was multiple times the total merit points that Lin Ming had earned after slaughtering his way through the Akashic Dream battlefield for these last days. It was obvious from this that the soul beast he just slayed was an extremely formidable life form within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Kirin fruit continued to emit a sunbright light. As it stared helplessly as the soul beast was struck down, its cries became even more panicked. Its loud screams became louder and more insistent. After killing that strange soul beast, Lin Ming didn't stop at all. He rushed towards the Kirin fruit. He knew that this Kirin fruit had a spiritual wisdom, but what he found strange was its actions. Just what was the Kirin fruit crying out for? However, there was no martial artist that would allow Lin Ming to freely snatch away the Kirin fruit. A thin martial artist sprung out from the ground, attacking Lin Ming. His soul force had condensed into a black whip and scales covered his body, making him exude a faint aura of soul beasts. This was the combination of a soul beast's soul and soul force runes, an extremely bizarre technique. A black whip cut through the air, flowing as if it were made from black liquid metal. As it slashed through the air, it cut open the void, ruthlessly forcing Lin Ming to retreat. However, Lin Ming refused to step back. By stiffly relying on his arm, he punched at the dark metal whip, causing the sound of ringing metal to fill the air. Ding! Flames splashed out in all directions. As everyone saw this, they were shocked. What an incredibly strong mortal body. Lin Ming borrowed the force behind that whip's strike to hasten his speed. At the same time, he shot out spear lights with his hands, causing the heads of those trying to sneak attack him to explode. This sort of strength was formidable to the point of being terrifying. Whoever got in his way died without exception. For a time, no one dared to attack him. Although the treasure lay before them, against this Lin Ming who was just a vicious beast masquerading in human form, it was impossible to seize the Kirin fruit. The only thing they would receive was their own deaths. How could a human be this strong? As Lin Ming was about to reach the Kirin fruit, he held his breath and raised his guard. Just as he was going to reach out, he felt an inexplicably horrifying aura gush out from the direction of the Kirin fruit. What is that? Lin Ming's eyes suddenly focused on the rock that the Kirin fruit was growing out of. In this area, his divine sense was blinded by the endless spiritual storm that swirled around him. He could only rely on his eyes to make out his surroundings. At this time, he thought that the Kirin fruit was growing on a black rock. But now that he was only 30 feet away, he was able to clearly see what was in front of him. How was that a rock? It was clearly a bone. This bone was immense. It stretched out on both sides and was covered by layers of grey soil, thus one wasn't able to make out what it really was. At this time, the bone was emitting a dreadful pressure as if it were reacting to the Kirin fruit's cries. Lin Ming realized something was wrong. The giant bone released a dazzling light and a mist suddenly erupted from it, forming a giant water ape that was over 20 feet tall. As this water ape appeared, it roared in anger. Its fists were covered with hairs, each hair as sharp as a steel needle. It punched the air, causing the void to distort. Then, it smashed its fists at Lin Ming's chest. At this crucial moment, Lin Ming raised his spear to block the water ape soul beast's fists. His entire body shook as if he had been struck by a mountain. The massive impact force caused him to take several steps back. Just as he was about to obtain the treasure, this bewildering soul beast had actually blocked him. Lin Ming frowned. Shaking his spear, endless spear lights shot through space like a kaleidoscope, all of them striking the water ape. One soul beast and one human, both of them seemed to possess infinite strength, and they used soul technique after soul technique. The water ape shot out endless bucket-wide water arrows, causing massive holes to appear all throughout limitless God Mountain. Lin Ming's aura was also extraordinary. His spear weaved about like a dragon and tiny true dragon scales began appearing on his body. Then, an azure dragon drilled out from his body, clawing at the air as it fought by his side. Some martial artists tried to rush into the battlefield of Lin Ming and the water ape but were sliced up by the sharp wind swirling about. Even the stronger purple chestnut king and heroic spiriters youth were concerned with their own thoughts and didn't participate in the battle. As they looked upon the battlefield, their complexions were extremely ugly. Lin Ming was just far too strong. Even if they tried to take advantage of these two tigers duking it out, there was still nothing they could do against him. At this time, the diamond-hard stone beneath Lin Ming's feet abruptly had a 10-foot deep hole blasted into it. He didn't need to look back to know that the heavily wounded purple chestnut king and the heroic spiriters youth were both eyeing him with greed in their eyes. However, he simply didn't care about them at all. He had to obtain this Kirin fruit at all costs. With his formidable foundation of strength, even if someone tried to profit from his battle, he still wouldn't fear them. I have to quickly finish this battle and make sure none of them have a chance to do anything. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming's eyes flashed. At that moment, the water ape punched out again, causing a monstrous wave of soul force to sweep towards Lin Ming. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming didn't try to avoid this attack at all. Rather, a faint black light shined atop his blue soul battle spirit. This black light rapidly expanded. Whirl, whirl, whirl. It eventually erupted into a giant black vortex. His figure flashing, Lin Ming grabbed onto the fists of the water ape. A torrential fist strength rushed through Lin Ming's body, all of it withstood by him. After breaking into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, his mortal body surpassed some royal saint bloodlines in terms of durability and intensity. Even so, blood still trickled down from his eyes, nose, and ears. At the same time, a blue spear-shaped battle spirit dove forwards like a dragon, smashing into the water ape's body along with the black vortex. This black vortex was a black hole. Ayo! The black hole exploded. Even the powerful water ape that was nourished by the power of spirit source all day and night began to break apart beneath the force of the black light. Chapter 1810, Decimation. Chapter 1810, Decimation. Attack together. As the soul beast began to break apart, the purple chestnut king suddenly bellowed out. At his side, a lightning-bright glow flashed past him, It was the heroic Spirited Youth, shooting out bolts of black lightning from his hands. These bolts of lightning shined with star-like runes and emitted a terrifying aura. From all other directions, several more martial artists released their soul force, trying to attack Lin Ming and prevent him from taking the Kirin fruit. Unfortunately, they were too late. Lin Ming wanted to obtain the Kirin fruit at all costs, so how could he easily give up? He used the Grand Mist force field and his formidable strength to forcefully withstand all the attacks. Then, he grabbed the Kirin fruit, tearing it away no matter how much it tried to struggle. The moment Lin Ming did so, his complexion changed. He could feel that the instant he picked the fruit, it was like he had alarmed some ancient vicious beast. The giant bone that the Kirin fruit grew on began to violently shake, emitting the roar of an ancient vicious beast. Lin Ming shook. He could feel an ancient and boundless energy rush into his body, causing his meridians to break in many places and his organs to tear apart. Lin Ming couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Blood also began to leak out from all over his face. This strange power had caused him to suffer severe wounds and be greatly weakened. Just what was this? Lin Ming was startled. But, he grit his teeth and put away the Kirin fruit. And this was Lin Ming. If anyone else had picked the Kirin fruit, then perhaps they might have died from the backlash of that horrifying strength. And even Lin Ming had been severely wounded. The shining radiance that pervaded the entirety of Limitless God Mountain began to rapidly dim down as soon as the Kirin fruit was plucked. The numerous martial artists watched as Lin Ming obtained the Kirin fruit, greed and fear mixing in their eyes. Lin Ming had already clearly demonstrated his strength to everyone just now. No one here was his opponent. Luckily, he suffered a backlash when he picked the fruit and was heavily wounded. Everyone, let's attack together and take back the fruit. We have so many people, how can we possibly be scared of an injured human? A martial artist loudly roared, sneakily hidden in the ranks of the crowd. Just as this person shouted out, Lin Ming's electric eyes focused on him. Sneaky like a rat, you deserve to die. Just as Lin Ming spoke, a bead of crystalline blood appeared from between that person's eyebrows, as eye-catching as a gem. A beam of spear light had shot out from Lin Ming's palm and pierced through that shouting person's head like a beam of invisible lightning. With a loud popping sound, the person's head exploded and his body toppled to the ground. For a time, many of the martial artists present fell silent with fear. The feeling of strength they felt from this youth before became even more profound. Pathetic low-born human, everyone, let's kill him together. At this time, the severely wounded Purple Chestnut King could no longer endure waiting. Strange ripples of energy began emitting from his body. He discovered that he wasn't Lin Ming's opponent in a 1 versus 1, however, he could drop all pretenses of honor and stir up all the martial artists present to attack him together. As long as they killed this human, then he would be able to make up for the fact that he had been grievously wounded by a human here. Lin Ming arched an eyebrow. He focused power into his toes and erupted with a dreadful velocity, even causing the mountain stone beneath him to shatter. The feeling he gave off was like a meteor racing through the skies. As he tore open the void, he rushed straight towards the Purple Chestnut King, engaging everyone there in a group melee. Bang! 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 Lin Ming was like a demon god. He broke into the group of Spirited martial artists and began to freely massacre everyone near him. All sorts of soul forces shined and exploded. Magnificent lights shot up into the skies, impacting into the horizon. The entirety of Limitless God Mountain rang non-stop with the deafening sound of endless thunderclaps. The Violet Cloud Princess didn't join in on the battle. Her eyes glittered as they remained locked on Lin Ming. Humanity, since when have they produced such a talented character? His comprehension of laws is unbelievably profound, his mortal body is as intense as a god beast's, and even his soul force is amazing. This is just incredible. All she saw was the wounded Lin Ming fighting within the group of martial artists. Besides the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic Spirited Youth able to fight him on slightly more even terms, everyone else was being quickly cut down. Lin Ming thrust out spear after spear, causing the heads of martial artists to explode every few breaths of time. Moreover, his fighting methods were savage and brutal. With the intensity of his mortal body, he could completely ignore the attacks from some weaker martial artists. Lin Ming killed his way through the crowd. With every martial artist that died, he felt his token become increasingly hot as the number of merit points within shot up. The Purple Chestnut King stared helplessly on as one of his soul attacks struck Lin Ming from behind, only to leave behind a minor wound. Not only was his attack almost negligible, but Lin Ming instead thrust out his spear and blew apart the head of another martial artist. A sudden surge of fear rose up in the Purple Chestnut King's heart. This human was far too terrifying. He was clearly injured and yet he remained so ferocious. If he were in his peak condition, what would that be like? The Purple Chestnut King grit his teeth and scales exploded on his body, releasing a burst of strange runes. This was an inscription symbol. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space froze and began to emit an icy cold energy. Even the void began to freeze over. The Purple Chestnut King's scales exploded again and again as he released these strange inscription symbols 3 times. He suddenly thrust out a soul force technique that resembled a black spider web. All of those inscription symbols hung atop this spider web-shaped soul technique. Lin Ming originally had his back to the Purple Chestnut King. As he felt a strange power begin gathering behind him, he swiveled around. As he turned, he came face to face with a great blinding explosion. A stormy cold strength that seemed to freeze space, an incomparably powerful annihilating gravitational strength, an endless surge of the true meaning of thunder, all of these powers turned into a hail of arrows that shot towards Lin Ming with enough strength to crush a star. Millimeter? Inscription symbols? Lin Ming was startled. These inscription symbols possessed ancient and profound concepts. They weren't ordinary at all. Waves of heaven-shaking explosions sounded out. The spiritual storm that wrapped around the entirety of Limitless God Mountain was stirred up, becoming increasingly violent as it roared like waves in a storm. Lin Ming's figure was completely swallowed up by this wild energy storm. A massive plume of energy rose up as destructive thunder, fire, and frost mixed together. Some weaker martial artists were struck by the energy waves and were sent hurtling dozens of feet away. He's dead. This thought cut through everyone's minds. But before they could discern what really happened, there was a sudden change in the center of the energy storm. A towering tree appeared, rapidly growing into the heavens. This tree carried with it rippling waves of mystic strength, accompanied by tongues of destructive heavenly tribulation flames as well as howling thunder dragons. The branches of this great tree were like endless great whips. They tore through space, causing a massive storm to be swept up. A monstrous power of fire joined together with the thunder dragons as they tore open a gaping hole within the energy storm. This is. The Purple Chestnut King's voice shivered as he saw this. He had tossed out every single ancient inherited inscription symbol he had on him, and yet this human had survived. Suddenly, a beam of spear light shot out from the energy storm and smashed into the Purple Chestnut King. Then, with a rumbling explosion, the shadow of a person followed right behind. This was Lin Ming. Puff. The Purple Chestnut King vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. Lin Ming's strike had sent him soaring, but because he was heavily wounded he wasn't able to kill the Purple Chestnut King. Lin Ming turned into a beam of light as he rushed towards the cave entrant. He didn't know what had happened when he picked the Kirin fruit. When he did, an unknown strength had surged up from the giant ancient bone and into his body. He had to look for a safe area to examine if anything had happened to his body. Chase him. The Purple Chestnut King gnashed his teeth. His eyes had always been aimed at the top and his strength and talent surpassed the many young geniuses of the spirit race. Even so, in this soul cave he had randomly bumped into this strange human youth who had caused him to be defeated again and again. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it down. A bizarre red color flushed through his face. Then, without waiting, he ran after Lin Ming. The other masters of the spirit race all followed him. Some martial artists clearly knew they weren't the opponent of this human youth, but they weren't willing to give up. This Kirin fruit could be refined into a transcendent divine pill, so how could they allow it to fall into the hands of others? They also rushed out to chase Lin Ming. But because they weren't too strong to begin with and they were slow in their steps, by the time they left the cave Lin Ming had already disappeared from sight. He was just too fast. Only the purple chestnut king and some others were barely able to keep up with him. Hoo. Strong winds howled. Lin Ming flew forwards with lightning speed. Pangs of pain throbbed from all over his body. Lin Ming's organs had been seriously battered and his blood vessels had exploded in countless places. However, his mortal body was simply ridiculously strong. Every inch of his body emitted a dazzling shimmer as his wounds began to wriggle like bugs. However, a strange energy hindered him, stopping his body from rapidly regenerating. My wounds are heavy. I'll have to spend some time recovering. Lin Ming gloomily thought. If he was caught by others and a great war exploded around him, he would suffer wounds upon wounds. This wouldn't be a good outcome for him at all. He grit his teeth and used a void-breaking movement technique. Space seemed to lose meaning to him as his figure turned hazy and he flew over a cliff. The Akashic Dream battlefield was vast and boundless, vacant for the most part. Mountain ranges continued without end and giant underground caves and passages wound through the ground beneath him. Lin Ming looked for an especially rugged terrain with many hiding spots where he could hunker down. He passed another several mountains and dove through numerous rivers. With this, he easily lost the people that had been chasing him. The severely wounded purple chestnut king slowly recovered as he pursued Lin Ming. However, his strength couldn't compare with Lin Ming's to begin with. He could only gaze helplessly as he was left behind by Lin Ming, who eventually vanished into a string of endless mountain ranges. How hateful! Looking at the endless mountain ranges in front of him, the purple chestnut king stomped his feet. Slowly, the other masters of the spirit race appeared behind him, gathering at his location. Use an image transmitting symbol and send an image of that brat to all the nearby groups of masters. Tell them that he has the Kirin fruit, the purple chestnut king said, grinding his teeth together. On this day, all of the masters that were exploring areas near the soul cave received a piece of information. A Kirin fruit had appeared at the soul cave and was taken away by a human boy. As for this fruit, although many people hadn't seen it before, just from looking at its image and the phantom of a Kirin manifested within it, one could tell it was no ordinary treasure. For a time, a great upheaval was stirred up within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Numerous masters set out towards the soul cave. Chapter 1811, Mysterious Little Girl. Chapter 1811, Mysterious Little Girl. The vast mountain ranges were distant and mysterious. The endless peaks of mountains continued on without end, all of them shrouded in a thick and viscous black fog. The mountains were barren and without any sign of life. There was nothing but strange rugged stone littering the ground. The air was cold and grim, deathly still. From the depths of the distant mountain ranges, horrifying roars would echo out, shaking the world, as if some ancient vicious beasts were awakening from their slumber. Lin Ming cautiously moved forwards until he found a hidden cave. Only then did he sit down and relax his thoughts. He immediately pulled out the Kirin fruit. As the Kirin fruit appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, forming mist as tangible as a white dragon that filled every inch of the cave. Lin Ming only needed to take a whiff of this medicinal fragrance to feel as if his body was being cleansed by a pure running stream, filling him with comfort. Chirp, chirp. The Kirin fruit still wildly struggled. But because it wasn't able to manifest a form yet, it wasn't able to escape. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. In order to bring out the highest level of medicinal efficacy from this fruit, it had to be used for alchemy. He shouldn't directly swallow it. But now, he had received heavy wounds and there was some unfamiliar energy pulsing through his body that was influencing him. In addition, the massive explosions from those inscription symbols had caused his meridians and blood vessels to be broken in numerous places. All of these things needed to be dealt with. When he was running away, he had no time to deal with these problems, but now he could rest for a moment to recover from his injuries. Lin Ming thought for a bit. He pinched off 2 leaves from the Kirin fruit and then swallowed them. Although it was only 2 Kirin fruit leaves, after swallowing them Lin Ming felt them melt within his body. Then, a moment later, a sun seemed to erupt within him. A potent extreme strength stirred up rough waves in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The monstrous waves surged forwards, reaching into the skies. What a strong medicinal efficacy, what a good spirit source strength. Lin Ming didn't dare to delay. He revolved all of his blood vitality and started to coordinate it with the medicinal efficacy of the Kirin fruit leaves in his body to heal his wounds. The blood vitality in his body began to gush like a flooded river. After 2 days and a night, Lin Ming opened his eyes. A brilliant flash of light lit up his pupils. His soul force had reached a new peak yet again. The injuries he had previously sustained had now completely vanished. Lin Ming couldn't help but recall the image of that arrogant and scaled purple chestnut king. From his heart, a dense killing intent rolled out. But soon, he immediately dispelled these thoughts. He inspected himself and found it strange upon discovering that there were no changes with his body. The backlash caused by that peculiar energy had been so easily healed. Thinking about it further didn't bring him any new ideas. Rather, he pulled out the Kirin fruit and looked at it. In 2 days and a night, this Kirin fruit actually managed to manifest 2 front hooves. As it appeared in Lin Ming's hand, its legs began to rapidly twitch as it tried to escape from his grasp. This thing, if it were to fully manifest, then wanting to cage it would be difficult. I'll have to completely refine its spiritual wisdom. Lin Ming grabbed the Kirin fruit. Chirp, chirp. After being grasped by Lin Ming, the Kirin fruit began to panic. Sounds seemed to come from within it and it seemed incomparably terrified. This little thing. Such a strange and magical Kirin fruit left Lin Ming feeling more and more amazed. It was just no different from a little life form. For a time, Lin Ming hesitated in exterminating its mind. Then, from deep in the cave, the sound of pattering footsteps echoed. "Who's there?" Lin Ming asked, raising his guard. His muscles tightened and his electric eyes focused on the entrance of the cave. The cave Lin Ming was in was deep and limitless, with tunnels running in all directions. But for the sounds of footsteps to appear here and at this time, this left Lin Ming bewildered. Why would there be someone here? At one of the cave entrances, beneath Lin Ming's eagle-sharp eyes, a timid little girl in a red dress ran out. This little girl appeared to be around 15 to 16 years old. She had black hair that fell down like a waterfall and her appearance was exquisite. However, she seemed somewhat dazed. In particular, her eyes attracted the most attention. Her 2 pupils were profound beyond reasoning, and there seemed to be blood-red lights faintly smoldering within them. At this time, as she looked at Lin Ming, there was clearly a hint of hesitation and dread in her eyes. As she appeared, she gave off an extremely peculiar feeling as if she were completely in sync with this world, as if she were some being that had emerged from the good fortune of this land. In Lin Ming's divine sense, she seemed no different from an ordinary stone or a blade of grass. Don't eat it, the red-dressed little girl said to Lin Ming. Her voice was beautiful and lilting, but she spoke slowly and stuttered, as if she struggled to speak each word. "Who are you?" Lin Ming didn't dare to lower his guard. His eyes remained locked on her body. He believed that news of him taking the Kirin fruit would have already spread out by now. There were likely countless people searching for his whereabouts, but this little girl was clearly not one of them. It was puzzling just how she managed to show up in this hidden cave. Lin Ming waved his right hand and extracted a spear. As this spear appeared, it quietly trembled, filled with desires of bloodlust. Seeing the bright spear, the red-dressed girl was scared and pedaled several steps back. She clearly wanted to escape, but as her eyes fell on the Kirin fruit in Lin Ming's hand, she hesitated and stopped. Why you, if you don't eat it, I can give you something good." The red-dressed little girl didn't answer Lin Ming's question but was instead concerned for the Kirin fruit. Her words seemed to be a little faster than before, but she still stuttered as if she wasn't skilled at speaking. The Kirin fruit's small eyes turned towards the red-dressed little girl, a look of affection and excitement within them. It chirped at the little girl as it tried desperately to escape from Lin Ming's grasp and into her embrace. I can use this to trade with you." The red-dressed little girl revealed a worried look as she heard the Kirin fruit's cries. Her hand opened and a dazzling light burst out, revealing a red crystal the size of a soybean. Lin Ming's eyes focused on this gem. But as this gem appeared in the red-dressed little girl's palm, it melted and became a drop of blood. Pater, pater. As this drop of red liquid appeared, it emitted sound waves that made the heart race, as if it were a beating heart itself. These fluctuations were mysterious and carried with them a massive soul force. Even Lin Ming could feel his own heart begin to beat in tandem with this red liquid. Lin Ming carefully stared at the drop of red liquid. His intuition told him that this wasn't blood, but whatever it was, it still contained a titanic life energy as well as spirit source. A brilliant light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes, runes shining within them. He wanted to completely understand what this drop of water was. But this drop of water was deep and infinitely profound. It was wrapped by an enigmatic strength, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't see through it. Even so, he could feel that this was a truly terrifying drop of water. From this drop of water, an incomparably powerful and intensely holy aura gushed out. The spirit source strength contained within it had also reached unfathomable levels. The value of this water drop was impossible to estimate, but it was undoubtedly a top treasure that stood upon the pinnacle of rarity. As for whether or not it was more precious than the Kirin fruit, Lin Ming wasn't able to distinguish that with his current eyesight. This is spring water. I found, from inside a cave. I took it, and after that, the spring disappeared. It should be very precious. The red-dressed girl hurriedly explained as she feared Lin Ming wouldn't look at it. She constantly gesticulated with her hand. Cave? You mean the soul cave? Lin Ming asked. He naturally remembered the legends. It was said that there was once a spring in the soul cave, but it had disappeared. Could that have been the weeping blood god springs? As Lin Ming recalled these 4 words, his eyebrows flew up. The weeping blood god springs was absolutely the most precious of treasures that could exist in the soul cave. It was said to have condensed the blood of a peerless god king that once lived in times long past. Once, there were even true divinities who entered the soul cave for the weeping blood god springs, but after the springs disappeared, true divinities naturally wouldn't visit the soul cave. He suddenly had doubts as to who this mysterious red-dressed little girl was. Just who was she? She had appeared from nowhere like a ghost, and she even had a treasure from the weeping blood god springs. Moreover, she was clearly familiar with the Kirin fruit, and from how things were it seemed that the Kirin fruit was intimate with this little girl, and the little girl was also concerned about it. Chapter 1812, Hidden Treasure. Chapter 1812, Hidden Treasure. Lin Ming's eyes focused on the red-dressed little girl's bare feet. Even though the path here was covered with jagged rocks, incredibly as she moved she appeared to be walking across the surface of smooth water, completely in tune with her surrounding environment. Who are you? Lin Ming asked once more. However, the little girl only flushed red. She gripped her fists, not saying anything else. Lin Ming slightly frowned. He was completely unable to see through this little girl's boundary. She felt like a mortal, but his intuition told him that the truth wasn't so simple. She must possess some sort of mystical ability, and he couldn't see what the limits of her strength were. Lin Ming's silence caused the little girl to tense up. She parted her lips and said, Is it not enough? The little girl also felt that the thing she took out wasn't valuable enough. At least, it wasn't enough to satisfy Lin Ming. He still might eat the Kirin fruit. She thought about it for a moment and then said, I know of a place where treasure is hidden. I can tell you, but you can't eat it. It was clear just how dear the Kirin fruit was to her. What place with hidden treasure? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Can't say it clearly. If why will you come with me? You'll see. The red-dressed little girl seemed to have not spoken any words for an extremely long period of time. Her words lagged behind her thoughts as if she needed time to consider what they were. Lin Ming deeply peered at the little girl. With his cautious personality, he shouldn't go to such an unknown place. But this little girl really didn't seem to have any evil intentions at all. Lead me to this hidden treasure area. I won't eat the Kirin fruit. Upon hearing Lin Ming say he wouldn't eat the Kirin fruit, the red-dressed little girl finally seemed to relax. The Kirin fruit also chirped out loud, clearly happy. The red-dressed little girl brightly smiled as she saw how happy the Kirin fruit was. 2 deep dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look lovable. "GGG, great, I will lead the way." The little girl vigorously nodded as if she were afraid Lin Ming would back out of his promise. "No need to hurry. Before we go, I'll absorb that drop of God springs," Lin Ming said. He looked towards the red-dressed little girl. "Help me stand guard outside so that no one enters here." Lin Ming was still vigilant against this mysterious little girl. After all, when he absorbed the drop of God springs, his defense would be in a weakened state. All right." The red-dressed little girl nodded. After the little girl walked a distance away, Lin Ming laid down a simple protection enchantment and stepped into it. Then he directly swallowed that drop of God springs. Soon, Lin Ming was covered in an endless blood light. Traces of the blood light seeped into his skin, completely enveloping him. The blood light became increasingly thick, rushing towards Lin Ming more and more as it wrapped him up. Pater. This blood light seemed to form a giant translucent cocoon of blood that beat like a heart. With every beat, it was like a god king was striking a drum, the sound like a rolling thunderclap. The cave as well as the entire mountain began to shiver. Like this, Lin Ming closed up for over 20 hours. Outside, night fell and then the sun rose yet again. But in the cave, it was utterly dark throughout. At this time, beams of light shot out from the blood cocoon, slowly tearing it open. Lin Ming appeared from within, a strange blood strength permeating his body. Countless faint runes shimmered upon his skin, seeming to shine and dim along with his heartbeat. This bodily phenomenon occurred for some time before disappearing. "What a great treasure! My soul has become 50% stronger, and there is also a great deal of strength I haven't been able to absorb but was saved in my inner world. Even my boundary has increased. It is close to the middle Holy Lord realm. In fact, if I wanted to, I could make a breakthrough right now." Lin Ming discovered that there was a great strength rushing through his inner world like a raging river. The Kirin leaves from before, as well as this drop of weeping blood god springs, had caused a tremendous amount of excess power to be stored within him. Since he couldn't absorb it yet, all he could do was compress this energy within his inner world and slowly absorb it. With this, it would become increasingly difficult for him to keep suppressing his cultivation so that he didn't make a premature breakthrough. His cultivation was more than high enough. Right now, what he lacked was time. If he had another 100 years, then that would be ideal. After absorbing the drop of weeping blood god springs, Lin Ming could faintly feel as if he became more familiar with the surrounding environment. It was like the drop of blood within him was the same as the Akashic dream battlefield. This sort of familiar feeling should be because I absorbed that drop of God springs, Lin Ming suddenly realized. And at this time, his complexion changed. He felt that the red-dressed little girl had returned. He waved his hand and a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire flew out from his palm, turning into endless flame runes that slowly settled on his body and turned into a robe. As for the red-dressed little girl, she was curiously looking at Lin Ming, a dazed look on her face and without any fear or suspicion at all. It was clear she didn't know of the differences between men and women. "You said there was a hidden treasure somewhere?" Lin Ming asked the red-dressed little girl. I remember." The little girl quickly waved her hands. She was ready to go at any time. Bang! Lin Ming left his cave and turned into a beam of light as he rapidly flew over the mountains. He followed the red-dressed little girl's instructions and flew towards the hidden treasure area. As he passed by an underground river that was surging with black waters, he saw a red wild cow galloping through the river, its entire body awash with blazing red flames. Its entire body sparked with flames. As its hooves struck the ground, the water around it all evaporated due to the high heat and even the river mud was melted into a dark yellow sludge. It was a bizarre sight. Lin Ming was considerably startled. This soul beast strength was about as strong as the soul beast he encountered at Limitless God Mountain. Such a powerful soul beast was actually engaged in battle with someone in the river. The soul beast's opponent was an old man that possessed a terrifying blood vitality and intense soul force. The old man was releasing an endless power of ice laws, enough to freeze massive tracts of the river to suppress the cow. On the side of the river, Several white-robed youths had set up an array. Half-step Empyrean? Or? Lin Ming was careful. He didn't arouse the attention of these people. On the Akashic Dream battlefield, there was an endless number of masters. Those he fought in the Soul Cave had only been a minuscule portion of them. There were also many half-step Empyreans and Empyreans still wandering about. He continued forwards. Strangely, the red-dressed little girl who was following him had disappeared. But he could clearly feel an intense fluctuation of energy emit from beneath his feet, closely following behind him. In the Soul Cave, Lin Ming's divine sense was blinded by a strange dark power. It was hard for him to detect what was occurring beneath his feet. Yet, he was completely aware that the energy fluctuations beneath him were definitely those of the mysterious red-dressed little girl. Could it be? At the Soul Cave, when he first picked the Kirin fruit, a strange energy had rushed into his body, severely wounding him. This energy, could it have been this red-dressed little girl? Lin Ming had this idea before. This was because after he took the Kirin fruit's leaves to heal himself, the strange energy within him had disappeared, inexplicably vanishing without a trace. Originally, Lin Ming felt that this strength wasn't simple at all and shouldn't have disappeared so easily. And what followed right after that was this little girl suddenly appearing from nowhere in his secret cave. This was also a reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart began to beat faster. If this little girl had any evil intentions when he had been trying to heal himself, he definitely would have suffered some miserable fate. Luckily, this little girl's thoughts were pure, without any hint of malice. Just who was she? And at this time, from the far-off distance, a tremendous roar erupted. The nearby mountains shook and beams of essence energy emerged from the far-off mountains that pierced through the void. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. This was definitely a battle between powerhouses. He had to be more careful. After all, any hidden treasure here must be extremely precious, and he didn't want to attract droves of people who wanted to come and struggle with him. This hidden treasure area was located deep in the Soul Cave. Lin Ming cautiously continued forwards. To his amazement, he discovered that there were far more powerhouses in the Soul Cave than when he had first come here. Finally, Lin Ming came upon a stretch of forest that was covered in a thick mist. The ancient trees towered high into the air. Incredibly, each tree was as great as a mountain and he wasn't able to see the top of them at all. This left Lin Ming whistling in awe at this breathtaking sight. Millimeter. Suddenly, Lin Ming discovered that brilliant fireworks had appeared above him. These fireworks were purple-gold in color and exuded a familiar aura. Soon, the fireworks slowly shifted into a face in the void. It was Lin Ming's own face. Lin Ming frowned. For something like this to occur now, he already guessed just what had happened. Like this, Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Chapter 1813, A Grand Killing Feast. Chapter 1813, A Grand Killing Feast. It's that boy. That's right, it must be him. Lin Ming looked up. Above his head, on the branches of a towering ancient tree, there were several spirit race martial artists standing there. Their scales reflected a dark light. They had just been climbing upwards towards something that resembled the nest of a giant bird. And above them were the brilliant fireworks that illuminated Lin Ming's figure. These fireworks were clearly released by these people. Hehe, I never thought that while we were trying to catch the eagle sparrow we would bump into you here. Really, this is what they mean by searching far and wide only to find what you're looking for so close at hand. Be a good little boy and hand over the Kirin fruit. If you do, we'll let you die a happy death. Even if we can't give you a true death in the Akashic Dream battlefield, we still have methods to cage you here and make you beg to die. A spirit martial artist with blue scales covering his face menacingly shouted at Lin Ming. Before this, they had already received the news that the Purple Chestnut King had spread everywhere, and they had been mad with envy because of it. As for how strong this human youth was, they had only heard some vague rumors but didn't have a clear understanding. In particular, they had nothing to be careful about because Lin Ming was a human. To them, Lin Ming was simply a mortal child carrying a piece of precious jade and wandering the streets at night. Wasn't he just looking to die? Human brat, don't think of running away. You are already a mouse that's being searched for by our people in the Soul Cave. Once we kill you, not only can we obtain the treasure but we can also receive the bounty reward. Lin Ming looked at the flames still burning in the skies. They were clearly projecting out a clear signal. Everyone within several hundred miles would see this signal and would rush over here. He originally came here to take a treasure, and the location of this hidden treasure was somewhere in these ancient woods. From this spirit youth's words, Lin Ming obtained a great deal of information. Someone knew he had obtained the Kirin fruit and had posted a large bounty on his head in a short period of time. They had even used some sort of method to inform so many people that Lin Ming had the Kirin fruit on him. Such methods were likely only possible by the Purple Chestnut King or that heroic spirited youth. At this point, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He burst upwards like a tornado, howling towards those several spirit race martial artists. These people were nothing but a disaster. He needed to quickly slay all of them and then go find the treasure. It was the first time that these spirit race martial artists had seen Lin Ming. They heard he was fierce for a human, but the truth was that in the depths of their hearts, they had looked down on him exactly because he was a human. They didn't believe that Lin Ming was too strong at all. As they saw this human hurtle towards them, the several spirit martial artists wildly cackled. Glistening blue lights began to flicker between their eyebrows as an intense soul force surged about them. Light wove together in the skies and shot outwards from the group. Some lights resembled spears, some resembled snakes, and all of them were aimed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even take out his spear. Instead, he used his fists. His fist smashed into the void. Air compressed beneath his strike and a wave of iron-hard air shot forwards. Bang! The air wave punched out by his fist completely crushed apart the spears and snakes condensed from soul force. Without stopping, the air wave struck a spirit youth. Seeing his soul projection technique broken so easily and feeling the great strength behind that airwave, the spirit youth wanted to dodge. However, it was already too late. With a loud ripping sound, the spirit youth was struck by the airwave and blew apart into bits and pieces of ruined blood and flesh. Without waiting for the other spirit youths to respond, Lin Ming raced upwards like a bolt of lightning. His fists were like the wrath of the heavens, instantly blowing up the remaining spirit youths. This was a completely one-sided battle. How could these people compare with Lin Ming's terrifying inside background? Even the stronger Purple Chestnut King was severely wounded after a single punch by Lin Ming, much less these ordinary spirit youths. Moreover, Lin Ming hadn't even been in his peak condition back then. After slaying these spirit youths, Lin Ming looked up at the fireworks that still lingered in the skies. His eyes were bright, like two stars shining in the skies. They posted a bounty on my head. Then let them come, my merit points aren't enough. Lin Ming received the spirit youth's merit points. These merit points were considerable. This was because these spirit youths had killed a large number of people and a good portion of their total accumulated merit points was also taken by Lin Ming. I need 1 billion merit points to exchange for the golden page. Then, I'll collect them here. I will set up a grand killing feast and everyone is invited to this party. If I were to look for people to kill, then even 3 years might not be enough time. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he sat down in the air. And the area he sat in was right underneath the signaling fireworks. He was overflowing with confidence. The thick smell of blood still hadn't dispersed from the ancient forest. With rustling sounds, several dark forms suddenly flashed into sight, their eyes sparkling with an electric light. Who sent the signal? Millimeter? Some people died here, people from the spirit race. It must be that little human garbage who obtained the Kirin fruit. We must hurry. To think that he could kill these spirit martial artists in such a short period of time, Millimeter, he doesn't seem weak at all. But, only like that will things become interesting. One of the dark figures said as he released a soul force technique. A mass of soul force was released into the air, where it wildly distorted as if it were trying to reflect several different rhythms. Finally, the soul force condensed into a black arrow that shot straight up above their heads, like a hunting dog that had caught the scent of its prey. Someone's above us? The person who released the soul technique asked, puzzled. He looked upwards. Looking from afar, he could see that at the top of an ancient towering tree, on a branch as thick as a water barrel, there was a black-haired human youth indifferently sitting there. His eyes were as bright as stars, and he tranquilly stared down at them from a commanding position. The space around him trembled as the laws faintly circulated in it, making him seem incomparably mysterious. The 5 people who were tracking this human felt a tingling sensation creep up their scalps. This human had managed to hide his aura so well that they didn't discover him even when he was above their head. However, was this human right in the head? He didn't run, but instead chose to wait here for them. Even if he were stronger than the rumors said, as waves upon waves of martial artists arrived, they would absolutely kill him. "You fellows aren't slow at all," Lin Ming said with approval. He leapt down from the ancient tree and sized up these 5 people. All he saw was that these 5 people had strange scarves wrapped around their heads. He didn't know what these scarves were made from, but they seemed connected to their bodies. Countless runes shimmered atop these scarves and many crimson lines ran through them, spreading out just like blood vessels. Lin Ming had arrived at the Soul World not too long ago, so it could be said he didn't know many things. "What kind of race are you?" Lin Ming faintly asked. He had a great interest in the mythical ancient races. After all, he had a considerably deep connection to the primal god race, and the primal god race had once been one of these ancient races. One of the Bloodscarf people suddenly laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of all. "To think you don't know about our blood race. It seems humans are truly dumb and ignorant. They can't be blamed. Many humans are raised in cages or they are just frogs in a well that have never left their universe before. So how would they know about an ancient race like our blood race?" Several of the blood race martial artists laughed and mocked Lin Ming. "What a crazy brat. It's incredible that you haven't run by now. Then, let me see just what you're made of." A short and thin blood race martial artist who resembled a little monkey shouted. He licked his lips and cackled. "Attack together," he roared out. He didn't underestimate Lin Ming and try to kill him alone, but instead commanded his entire group to strike together. These people were clearly far stronger than those spirit race youths from just now. Lin Ming's divine sense swept out. Although the Akashic Dream universe had law restrictions of all sorts and Lin Ming didn't understand the blood race cultivation system at all, he could vaguely sense the general strength levels of these people. The monk-alike martial artist was the most powerful and obviously the leader of this pack. Is he an ordinary Holy Lord or a peak Holy Lord? If these are 5 peak Holy Lords, then their merit point numbers will be quite high. Lin Ming casually thought out loud. The 5 blood race martial artists had extremely sharp hearing. As they heard Lin Ming's words, all of them were incensed. From the start, they could feel the obvious contempt Lin Ming felt towards them. But now that they heard Lin Ming regard them as nothing but merit points, this was just something they would not stand for. A lowly human actually dares spout such words to our blood race. Then, show me just how you plan to kill me. Interesting. How interesting. I want to slowly play with you and see just what methods you have. At this time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He discovered the sharp sound of splitting air transmitting from the far-off distance. Some people were approaching at high speed. Time was of the essence. First he would cut down these random fellows in front of him. His inner aura suddenly erupted. Endless flames wrapped around his left arm. It seemed like a true phoenix was perching on his arm, screeching out loud and exuding endless mystic strength. An azure dragon drilled out from his right hand before turning into dragon armor. Dragon scales wound around his arm and the terrifying aura of a true dragon spread through the skies, shocking the mind. The power of a dragon and phoenix collided in space and twisted together. As the phantoms of a dragon and phoenix cried out loud, even space began to shake. The complexions of the 5 blood race martial artists changed. What strength was this? The blood of a god beast. The 5 martial artists had extraordinary experience and were able to recognize the bloodlines within Lin Ming's body. After all, their cultivations had been suppressed to the Soul Lord realm. Facing the strength of pure blood from a true dragon and fire phoenix, alarm and dread surged in their hearts. How could such pure god-beast blood be present within this human? Bang! A horrifying explosion erupted. Although Lin Ming's boundary was suppressed, the true meaning of a dragon and phoenix rejoicing was still completely displayed beneath Lin Ming's skill. The power of a phoenix and dragon blended together, multiplying each other's strength. Endless flames and an incomparably potent strength erupted everywhere. It was like a volcano had exploded. The 5 blood race martial artists were forcefully struck by this attack. Blood shot out from the 5 blood race martial artists that wove into a net of blood around them. Even so, this blood net was still smashed apart by the boundless strength as if it didn't exist at all. The figures of the 5 martial artists were all swept into this titanic strength. After Lin Ming struck out with this attack, he no longer spared the 5 blood race martial artists another glance. His token began to heat up, informing him that his merit points were rising yet again. This method of gathering merit points, wasn't it too simple? Lin Ming closed his eyes and probed the number of merit points he obtained. Every time he killed an enemy, if their original cultivation was 1 boundary higher, it meant that they would give 10 times or more the number of merit points, and this exponentially increased. If so, then if the one he killed was an Empyrean, that would truly be a considerable number of merit points. Lin Ming put away his token. His deep eyes flashed like lightning in the dark. He had already locked onto the fastest person hurtling towards him in the void. He could also sense a massive wave of people flying towards him. It seemed that the Kirin fruit was truly a godly treasure. It was able to draw so many people here. Chapter 1814, Blood Stains the Forest. Chapter 1814, Blood Stains the Forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although they were separated through the dense forest by 1,000 feet, Lin Ming was still able to rely upon his sense to clearly see each martial artist that was rushing to his location. Most of them were spiriters, but there were also a number of races he had never seen before. In the next moment, a horrifying fluctuation of energy ravaged through the forest. Massive trees cracked apart and shattered. The surrounding dense forest was nearly flattened and all that was left over were rows of large stumps. The towering trees had all been sent flying away. The newcomers had blown apart the forest. They were afraid Lin Ming would use the forest as cover to escape. Shua, shua, shua. Instantly, over 20 divine senses locked onto Lin Ming. Those that were able to reach this area did not possess low cultivations. After all, the rumors said that Lin Ming had suppressed the Purple Chestnut King and was a genius in his own right. 29 people. Lin Ming observed his situation. He drew out the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a keening cry, spear wind recklessly lashed out. Just turn into merit points already. Without further speaking, Lin Ming shot forward. His actions startled the 29 martial artists who had just arrived. What was happening here? They had so many people encircling him, so shouldn't this human be trying to run? Yet not only had the human waited for them to arrive, but he even said he wanted to turn them into merit points. This was simply ridiculous. Attack. Get rid of this madman. Kill him first. As for his treasures, those will belong to whoever has the ability to seize them. No one went easy on Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was a junior and most of the newcomers were middle-aged men or even old men, none of them had the martial arts spirit of fighting one-on-one. After all, rumors said that Lin Ming could even suppress the Purple Chestnut King. Peaky Parker. Lin Ming emitted crackling sounds from all his joints. 9 stars appeared high in the skies, and 3 Dao palaces shined brightly within him. His feet stepped on the ground and he rushed out. His first target was a middle-aged man who had pushed his way to the front. Lin Ming could feel that this middle-aged man was the strongest of those present. This meant that before this middle-aged man's cultivation was suppressed by the laws of the Akashic Dream battlefield, his boundary might have been that of a world king. The middle-aged man demonically grinned. He grasped a heavy sword and chopped. A dazzling sword light slashed out, tearing through the skies. Pathetic human, I'll chop off your head, the middle-aged man shouted out. But in the next moment, thunder and fire wove together into a sea of purple and red in front of him. With a loud rumbling explosion, his sword light was swallowed up by the sea of energy and the power of thunder and fire detonated in front of him. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away, his body charred completely black. He had been violently and instantly killed. What? The others didn't even have time to respond. At this moment, Lin Ming swept out the Phoenix blood spear, killing in a circle around him. 7 or 8 people were brutally killed as their heads were sent soaring into the air, blood erupting from their severed necks like water fountains. A massive number of merit points flowed into Lin Ming's token. He felt his body heat up, as if he were stimulated by the intense smell of blood. Killing to his heart's content. Then, Lin Ming realized that more and more people were catching up. This was because the spirit race martial artist from before had cast out a signal flare, and this signal flare seemed to utilize a marvelous inscription technique. Before it dissipated, it rose higher and higher into the air, turning brighter and brighter, catching the attention of more and more people. This also meant more and more challengers were arriving. The ruckus Lin Ming had stirred up in the Soul Cave was too great. In addition to the Purple Chestnut King deliberately spreading news of what happened, many people had learned of Lin Ming. At this time, several dozen people had gathered. As they arrived, they witnessed with their own eyes as Lin Ming's spear totally annihilated everyone around him, cutting off the necks of 7 or 8 people and causing their blood to drench the world. They naturally recognized Lin Ming's appearance. He was completely similar to the fireworks in the sky. This meant he was the human that had obtained the Kirin fruit. For a time, all of them were shocked speechless. They unconsciously slowed down, stopping several miles away and not daring to approach. These people had only come here to adventure and temper themselves. They weren't too strong to begin with and didn't think they could obtain the Kirin fruit anyway, they just wanted to join in on the liveliness. And as they arrived, they saw the scene of Lin Ming slaughtering everyone around him. That blue-robed old man who just died, isn't that the Blue Cloud sect's elder Bai? I remember he had a half-step world king cultivation. A martial artist who had just arrived trembled as he spoke, his voice faltering. He had extremely good eyesight and could clearly see that one of the heads that had been soaring into the air was that of the Blue Cloud sect's elder Bai. On the planet that the Blue Cloud sect was located on, Elder Bai was absolutely an overlord of the land. When Lin Ming had swept out his spear and killed so many people, they had subconsciously thought that he had only slain cannon fodder and useless minions. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming was actually slaying peerless powerhouses. To Lin Ming, these peerless powerhouses were no different than chickens or dogs. He killed them by the batch. This was just far too terrifying. From what they could see, Lin Ming wasn't old at all, and even seemed to be younger than the Purple Chestnut King, so how could he be so strong? And what was even more incredible was that he was a human. In the soul world, the human race that had been suppressed on all sides was synonymous with weak. All of you, die. Lin Ming attacked again and again, his speed as phantasmal as ghosts and gods. The 20-some martial artists that arrived were systematically killed by Lin Ming. Their heads were blown off or their hearts were pierced. Their blood rained down to the earth and their organs flew out. Some people were scared silly and tried to run away. However, Lin Ming simply stepped forwards and space shrank beneath his feet, instantly bringing him behind those that were running away. Without expression, he thrust out his spear. Puff! His spear pierced through a martial artist's chest, causing blood to fly out. Out of the 29 people, 22 of them had been killed already. The remaining 7 had ashen complexions. They all used their best techniques to flee this execution ground. But at this time, a boundless force field covered the surrounding space, sealing all 7 people within. This was the Grand Mist force field. The star-heavy Grand Mist energy immediately locked down their movements. Damn it all. No. The 7 people madly roared out. They attacked the Grand Mist space with everything they had, but all of their efforts failed. They watched as Lin Ming's spear light was soon about to swallow them all up. Stop! At this time, someone shouted out loud as more and more martial artists arrived. Of these people, some shared the same types of robes that some of the 7 soon-to-die martial artists wore. It was clear they originated from the same sect. However, Lin Ming remained indifferent, completely disregarding this shout. The Phoenix blood spear slashed out. With a loud slicing sound, blood shot out. After Lin Ming swept out his spear, The 7 people had all been cut in half at the waist. How vile. The dozen-plus people who just arrived had uncertain and gloomy expressions. They hadn't figured out just what had happened yet, but as they looked at the scene around them they could see that Lin Ming had already killed many people. Many of the dead had torn up corpses, their blood flowing out in streams. Lin Ming's head immediately swiveled like a hawk spotting its prey, locking onto those people who had shouted out for him to stop just now. As his eyes blazed at them, the courage of these people nearly broke apart. Just what kind of eyes were these? The killing intent and hostility gushing out from them was terrifying to behold, as if they were the eyes of a people-eating demon. We should. Several of these dozen-plus people already formed thoughts of drawing back and escaping. But at this time, Lin Ming was like a death reaper hunting the night. He stepped forwards, rushing towards these newcomers on his own initiative. It's too late. Attack. The dozen-plus people were shocked. They all drew their weapons. However, what they didn't notice was that just several miles away, those people that were too scared to do anything were looking at them with fear and pity in their eyes. In the opinion of these distant people, these dozen-plus newcomers were dead because they hadn't been here to see just how brutal Lin Ming had been in his actions, or how impossibly fierce he was. If gods stepped in his way he would kill gods, if Buddhas blocked his path he would cut down Buddhas. The Blue Cloud sect's elder Bai was a half-step world king, and yet he had died no differently than some chicken, instantly killed where he had stood. This was a horrifying demon. Anyone that dared to look down upon him with disdain just because he was a human would be killed until they couldn't die anymore. It could be said that the moment those dozen-plus people had shouted out stop, their destiny had been sealed, they would undoubtedly die. Junior apprentice sister, there seemed to be some signaling fireworks in the distance. On a vast grassland, a troop of several hundred people was crossing over mountains and rivers. After experiencing a war that had lasted for several months already, they were all exhausted. These people all wore similar icy blue robes. They came from Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace was only a world king influence, and because their world kings were far too old, it was impossible for them to make another breakthrough in their lifetimes. Thus, they didn't enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The fiercest martial artists Zenith Palace were able to send to the Akashic Dream battlefield were only several half-step world kings. Thus, the disciples of Zenith Palace were aware of their own limits and didn't think about trying to wander their way into a danger zone like the Soul Cave. They knew that with the abilities of Zenith Palace, entering such a place meant they would be eaten up without any bones remaining. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.